Hello and welcome to my tier list of all spells in Heroes of Might and Magic 7. In this tier list, as you can see, I am going to rank every single spell in Heroes 7 that you can cast, and I'm going to judge them based on how useful they are, how powerful they can be, how versatile they can be, and to show you a few examples as well on how powerful and good they can be. And you can see here, these are all the spells here, from all the different magic schools, for example air magic, dark magic and light magic and so on. And I'm going to talk to each and one of them, and I'm going to rank them and put them in the tiers that you can see here. From the least one, which is not worth it, and up there up to D, C, B, A, and finally at the top, which is the champion tier. So yeah, now that I said what I'm going to do, let's get on with it. Now, just as I mentioned before in my other tier list, which was Heroes 7 All Skills tier list, I want to give credits to this game because although it didn't receive as good critics and such, unfortunately it didn't receive that much positive criteria. But I still think it's great, and it's still one of my favorites. Although I perhaps prefer Heroes 3 a little bit more, yes, but this game is not far behind. In my opinion, this is a great game and it deserves more than it received. So yeah, without other question, and before I rank, of course, spoilers ahead. I'm going to, after all, talk about a lot of spells in this game. So it might, if you haven't played this game, I would recommend to not watch this video at all, since this game does contain a lot of spells, and although I may not talk about the campaign or the story of this game, it's still recommended to it's still recommended to not watch this video until you actually play the game with yourself. So, with all of this out of the way, let's go and rank all the spells. We start with the first spells here. All of them are from the same magic school, air magic. The first one here is called Lightning Burst. I have to show you what this thing does. I'm going to show you, I don't remember every spell here or what they do exactly, but I'm going to show you in details what each spell does, of course, and talk to each one of them. And the first one is Lightning Reflexes. If you cast this, you can cast this spell on either your creatures or your opponent's creatures, and when that creature begins its turn, all creatures around this target takes air damage from this. So, and they take air damage based on what level your air magic is and how much magic you have. So yeah, this is the same with all spells. If you have the magic skill of that spell, and if you have a lot of magic, then your spells will be more powerful. That's the same mechanic in every Heroes game. The higher skill you have in your particular magic skill, the more powerful your spells become in that skill. And in air magic in this case is what powers up these particular spells, including Lightning Reflexes. I'm going to show you in all spells that are affected by this, there are some abilities that affect pretty many of these spells actually. So I'm going to show you the difference of having no air magic with this, having this at master air magic, and also what happens if you have this power-up ability, which affects this thing. We'll start with what happens if you do not have air magic at all. Here we have the spell Lightning Burst. Deals, normally when you have only 3 magic, that's where you start with your hero. It deals 30 to 130 air damage to all adjacent units at the start of the combat creature's turn. If there is no adjacent unit, the spell remains active. What this means is that I can choose whoever I want to cast a spell on, except the air elementals, since they are immune to air magic, so they cannot be touched by this. But I can cast on every other creature here, as you can see. I can also cast on my own creature if I want to. I'm going to cast, for example, here on these fire elementals, and as you saw, the other one here was immune because he's made of air after all. The other one took air damage, as you saw. That's what happens when you use the lightning reflexes here. Oh no, wait. Not wait. It was called lightning burst, if I remember. Not the lightning reflexes. We'll come back to that later. But lightning burst, it's what it's called. And like I mentioned before on my other video where I made a top skill tier list, you have to be careful with using lightning burst here, because if you do cast on one of your own creatures, like here for example, and that creature begins its turn, then as you see, not only the enemy will take damage, but your own creatures will take damage as well, since any creature that is next to this guy will take damage. So be careful with that. Now, if you have lightning burst at master level, since you have master air magic, then it deals more damage than before, as you can see. We'll test it out. If we cast it on these wolves, for example, and let them take the hit, and there we go. The damage has been increased there, as you can see. So having master air magic is a good idea. And right now my hero only has 3 magic, so that's why it doesn't deal that much damage. But if you combine master air magic together with high magic, then it deals a lot more damage. Now, what happens if we power up our lightning burst with air knowledge level 1, which I talked about earlier in my skill tier list, where lightning burst doesn't damage friendly units anymore and sets hit units initiative to 1. Let's test it out and see what difference this makes. If we have the spell here, for example, and I'm going to use lightning burst right now, I'll use it on these guys, for example. Right now, as you're going to see, deals that much air damage now, since we have master air magic, to all adjacent enemy units and set the initiative to 1 at the start of the creature's turn. If there is no adjacent enemy unit, the spell remains active. So, in theory, we should be able to cast this now on our creatures here, and none of them will take damage, since it only affects enemy creatures now. Let's try it out, but for starters, we can make sure that they get hit here. And these guys survived, which means shocked. These guys survived, and they got this negative effect here called shocked. The initiative of the creature is 1, lasts for 3 turns. If you remember what I talked about initiative in my skills tier list, what initiative means is that it determines which creature moves first. The higher the initiative is, the better chance the creature will move first. So having initiative 1 here, like now, that basically means this creature will go last. So you want to have as high initiative as possible so that your creatures can move first. Remember that. And now these guys will move last because of this curse. One good advantage of having this boost up in your lightning burst spell is that, like I mentioned before, normally this thing, if you cast this on even your own creatures, all creatures around takes damage, including your own creatures. But if it's powered up with the ability, then you can cast on your own creature like this, and okay, this might hurt a little bit. Let him attack, but that's okay. Then, did you see? My angel was next to my cavaliers, I think, or cuirasses, and still they took no damage because of the upgrade. So you can cast this on your own creatures here, and nothing will happen to them. So it is good even if you don't power it up. Not as flexible since you can accidentally hit your own creatures with this. But it is useful even if you use it on your enemy creatures and they take damage in that way. And with a power up, it's more useful in that way and a little bit more flexible. I don't use this spell that often, since there are many other spells that I think are more powerful. But I do use it occasionally, especially early in the game. So it has some uses. It's not bad. I'm gonna put this one in C tier, I say. Next up here we have Storm Arrows. This one increases the attack of one of your ranged units. So one of your archers will deal more damage if you cast this on them. And I'm gonna already tell you this one. If you've seen my all skills tier list, where I ranked the abilities and such, I did rank one ability that is connected to this, and I did rank that one very high up in my list. And since these two are linked together, I cannot do it. I cannot I cannot change my opinion about this one, because this thing, even it may not be that powerful if you do not power it up with the ability. But even at its base, it is still pretty good. And with the power up with this air knowledge level 1 ability, this thing is bonkers. One of the best spells in the game. So this one is already up at the champion tier, I can tell you. And in case you haven't seen my all skills tier list, I'm going to show you why this one is that powerful. Let me demonstrate an example with and without this ability. If we have this spell, for example, I'm going to cast the spell Storm Arrows, one of my favorite spells, I might add. If we go to air, we have to go to air spells to see all the air magic spells here, and the Storm Arrows is here. I right now have my air magic at novice, even if it's novice or even if I don't have it. It doesn't matter what level, even if you have air magic, because this thing still does the same thing. It increases the attack of target friendly ranged creature by this much, 24 in this case, for 3 turns. That's what it normally does. Let's cast it on one of my creatures, like the Master Hunters, for example. And I'm just gonna let everyone move like before here, until it's my Master Hunter's turn. This is what they did right now, for example, in this case. Almost a kill. It could be a guaranteed kill in best case. There wasn't a kill, unfortunately, but that's okay. I forgot to show you the difference. If we have the Druid Elders, I think they were called, yeah. Normally they deal this much, 2 to 3 kills. With the amount I have 18 Druid Elders, and this is what they normally deal. And they have full range. If we use Storm Arrows on them, let's see how much more damage they can deal. 4 to 6, yeah, that's a considerable better difference than before. And with luck, it will take even, yeah, a lot more kills, yeah. Now, the same ability here, Air Knowledge level 1, which powers up Lightning Burst as we talked about before, this thing also powers up our Storm Arrows. Now, Storm Arrows is now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area and allows creatures to shoot with full range. This is the reason why I think Storm Arrows is that incredible, and why I use it in almost every faction in the game. The only faction I do not use this with is with the Necropolis faction, since they only have 1 archer, so this one is maybe not as necessary. But every other faction benefits greatly from this. Let's make a little demonstration of what happens when you have this in this power up. Alright, we have this spell here, for example. We are fighting against a pretty sizable amount of dungeon creatures here. Let's see how many of the guys we can kill without Storm Arrows and without the upgrade. We have, with our Druid Elders, for example, can deal this much damage, take down a couple of 14 to 22 kills here, 2 to 3 kills here, 1 kill, and 7 to 10 covered, okay. What about our Master Hunters? Can they do something? Yeah, 2 to 5, no kills here, okay, no kills here, and 1 to 2, okay. Yeah, they can deal some damage, and yeah, that works. 13 to 18, yeah. The Ancient Treants, they can deal some damage. These are the most powerful units, and they deal some sizable amount of damage. But let's wait until they begin their turn again. Now let's try out Storm Arrows. Now it's cast on a 4x4 area, and the damage is increased by 39 attack. And they also have full range now, all of them. Let's try that out and see what happens. Storm Arrows, all of them have it, good. Now, they deal a lot more damage now. 49 to 65 kills, 10 to 14 kills, 2 kills, and 22 to 30 kills. Yeah, not bad, not bad. It's a better difference than before. So this one hurts even more now than before. And, I talked about Nature's Revenge in my all skills tier list, so we don't need to focus about that. But you can already see that the damage is better than before. 18 to 27 kills, 1 kill here automatically, not bad. Yeah, the damage is better, as you can see. All my creatures deal better damage. So, not bad. It's not, and even these abilities gets powered up thanks to Storm Arrows, as you see. So yeah, this thing, when it's powered up, it belongs up here, because this thing makes a huge difference in almost every faction in the game. Only Necropolis, like I mentioned, only doesn't really need this, since they only have one archer. But every other faction benefits greatly from this. Especially the Sylvan, the Haven, and the Academy faction. These three benefits especially well with this. So there's no question about it. This thing has to go up in here, in champion tier. Next up we have Ylath's clairvoyance. With this thing, when you cast it, this is an adventure spell. I'm going to show what here's the thing. Adventure spells are spells that you can only cast when you are not in a combat, when your hero is moving around in the map. And there are different kinds of adventure spells you can cast, just to make sure your hero gets a little bonus before combats and such. And this is one of them, Ylath's clairvoyance. This thing reveals hidden areas in the map that you haven't explored yet, so that you can see what the place what it looks like. I'll show you a little demonstration here. This is the one, Ylath's clairvoyance. As I mentioned before, this thing reveals a circular area with a radius of 7 around the target spot instantly. Normally this thing shows less area if you do not have air magic at all. Since I have master air magic, the highest level, it shows a radius of 7. I think you normally without air magic, it reveals maybe like 3 or 2 instead or so, but you still see some area around. Let's test this thing out, just to see if it works. I'll cast it here, for example. What does it look like? Yeah, that's how it looks like. You can see the area here that was hidden before, and now you know what it looks like, thanks to that. And remember that these are adventure spells, as I mentioned, in this case, Ylath's clairvoyance, and all these spells here as well are also adventure spells in their own ways. I'll talk about them later, of course. And you can only cast this once per day. So once you cast this thing, you have to wait until the next day. So let's do that. Well, close this and wait for the next day. Oh, we saw a little hero here. Oh, we saw a hero here. Not bad. That's where Ylath's clairvoyance can be useful, because now we can see one of our enemy hero here, for example. So that's a good thing to know. We can cast this thing again here, if we cast Ylath's clairvoyance once again in one of the somewhere nearby, maybe like here. We'll try out here. See what it looks like. Ooh, the town is here, not bad. Well, that's what Ylath's clairvoyance can help us with. So it's not the most powerful spell, maybe, it's not the most versatile, maybe. It is pretty simple, it's pretty straightforward, it helps in that way. And yeah, I do sometimes use it occasionally, and every now and then when I need to know some areas, what it looks like and such. So yeah, it's not bad. I'll put it in. I will put it in C tier. I think perhaps below Lightning Burst, because I do use Lightning Burst a little bit more. So yeah, below C tier. The next spell we have here is called Gust of Wind. What this thing does is, I'm going to show you this one. I can't remember what every spell does, so I'm going to show you what this thing does in detail. This is the one, Gust of Wind. Pushes the target creature 4 tiles in a straight or 2 tiles in a diagonal direction instantly. This is what you have when you have the air magic at master level. I think if I remember correctly, usually if you do not have air magic at all, then this thing pushes just 1 tile or 2 tiles, so it's not as much. But let's demonstrate this thing. If we use only, for example, you here, like this, oh, we're able to move him a long way. So let's do it. Yeah, now it's been moved a little bit, and now we can, and because he has been moved closer to us, it's now easier for us to attack, like this. Same thing here. I want to attack these guys with my blade masters, or war dances as I like to call them. I don't like this name. I prefer war dances from Heroes 5. But still, I cannot attack with him because he's too far. I can just use Gust of Wind again if I want to, and push him a little bit closer like this. By doing this. And there we go, now I can hit him. If you think that's the only thing the Gust of Wind can do, then you'll normally yes, But if you have air knowledge level 2, then Gust of Wind additionally deals this much air damage to the target creature. So not only will you push them to the place you want to, but they will also take air damage. Let's test this thing out and see what happens. Now that we upgraded this thing, let's put it in a test. Just as before, it pushes the target creature 4 tiles in a straight or 2 tiles in a diagonal direction. That's what it normally does. But with air knowledge level 2, which powers up this thing, it also now deals this much air damage, 300 to 500 air damage in this case. So let's test this thing out. Oh, and as you can see, we can almost slaughter these guys completely. Let's test it out. Yeah, we slaughter them completely. So not only do you deal air damage and push them here if they did survive, but you pretty much wipe them out. Let's try again this thing and see if these guys will survive. Yeah, these guys will survive. Like I said, we can push these guys whatever direction we want to. We can do it the opposite way too. I'm gonna make sure that they move closer to my own creatures, and they also take air damage as well. Yeah, you saw yourself. And now we can just attack like this. Ouch. And my boys survived because they lost a lot of troops. And I can finish the job here if I want to. Not bad, eh? And now it is useful and it can be good in some situations and such. There are some situations where this thing can be useful. But these situations are pretty situational, and I usually don't use this that often. There are a few cases where this thing can be good, but in most cases I do prefer other spells to help me and to help win this the combat and beat my enemies. So I'm not gonna put it that high up compared to the others. I'm gonna put this in D tier, I say. There are situations where it can be useful and it can be helpful, of course, but there are other spells that are more helpful in this case. Next up here we have Lightning Bolt. This thing is pretty straightforward and simple. It just deals air damage to any enemy that you choose. I'll show you a little demonstration of this one. This is the one, Lightning Bolt. Deals this much air damage to the target enemy unit. That's what it normally does. And without the power up, of course, with the air knowledge level 2. Now I have air knowledge level 2 as well, so that means it also sets its initiative to 1 until its next turn, and also all adjacent enemy units take 215, that much air damage as well. But we're not going to focus on that, we'll just focus on how it works. Let's try it out, and we can get that many kills. Let's go for it. And yeah, even more kills than before. We'll talk about shock later on, but yeah, that's how it basically works. Now let's see what happens if we have air knowledge level 2, which powers up our lightning bolt, so that not only will we do air damage, but also you do air damage to the target enemy unit, and sets its initiative to 1 until its next turn, and all adjacent enemy units take this much air damage. Let's try this out with the air knowledge level, and this is thanks to air knowledge level 2. Do you see? I can deal some air damage to whoever I want, and not just one of them, but the others as well. Let's do it. Oh, that hurt. All of them got hurt there. And the one in the middle got shocked because of that. Initiative is set to 1. That's for 3 turns even. Not bad. So yeah, this thing can be very powerful when you have it upgraded, so that not only does the one you choose take damage, but those around take damage as well, as you see. And I also noticed a little something that I didn't expect, but those around also become shocked, not just the one you choose. So that's also something good to know. The initiative becomes 1 as well, so that's good to know as well. So it may not be the most powerful spell that I know of, and it doesn't deal as much damage as many of the others, but it is good, and with the power up, it's better even. So I'm gonna put this one not that bad in my list here. I'm gonna put this one in what do I say? Yeah, in B tier, I say. This one deserves to be in B tier. Next up here we have Cyclone. I forgot to mention something here, but first of all, I'm going to show you what Cyclone does. Well, first of all, this is the one, Cyclone. It deals this much air damage to all creatures in a 2x2 area and relocates them instantly and randomly within the surrounding 8x8 area. So if you do use this, the enemy creatures will take air damage, and they could end up anywhere in this 8x8 8x8 area. And this thing deals a pretty good sizable amount of damage. And there's a good reason for that, for a couple of reasons. First of all, I have mass air magic, that's one reason. Another reason is because this is a tier 3 spell. I forgot to mention that many spells here have their own tiers on how difficult it is to learn them. Some of the spells here, like for example Storm Arrows and Lightning Burst, they are tier 1. They are the easiest spells. You don't need any magic school or anything to learn them. Any hero can learn these spells. Even Ylath's clairvoyance is tier 1. Then we come up to tier 2. In this case, Lightning Bolt and Gust of Wind. These spells require something called arcane knowledge in order to learn them. And like I mentioned in my all skills tier list, arcane knowledge is something that you can only gain if you learn these specific air magic or specific magic skills in your hero. I'll show you just a short demonstration here again. I'll show you this one here. This is the one we need, arcane knowledge. Arcane knowledge allows the hero to learn more powerful spells. Tier 2 spells require 2 arcane knowledge. Tier 3 spells, where we are right now with Cyclone, requires 5 arcane knowledge. And tier 4, the highest tier spells, require 8 arcane knowledge. So in order to learn every spell in the game, so that the hero can learn every spell, you must have at least 8 arcane knowledge. And how can you learn arcane knowledge? Well, that's by learning these skills here, which I mentioned in my skill tier list. For example, I have right now air magic and earth magic. They both do the same thing, which I mentioned before. I'll just tell short that they make their own spells more effective and increases the hero's arcane knowledge. Here it increases by 1, here by 2, and here by 3. So one of this skill alone gives you plus 6 arcane knowledge altogether. That's what it does basically. So you must have at least 5 arcane knowledge in order to learn this spell here, which was called what was it called? Cyclone. Since it's a tier 3 spell, so that's good to know. And yeah, let's test this thing out and see how useful it can be, just so you can know what it does. Here you can see we are fighting against a huge stack of skeletons here, and we are going to see and try it out. This is the one we called Cyclone, so let's see what happens if we use it. This is the one. Let's try it out. We can take down 41 to 69 of these skeletons by using this. So let's give it a shot, and oh, they ended up there instead. So yeah, like I mentioned before, they could end up anywhere in a 8x8 square here. Basically anywhere they could end up. In this case, they end up here. So let's try this thing again, and using them on the same skeletons again. Will they survive? I don't think they will survive this though, since this thing does deal a lot of damage. Oh, they survived, and they came a lot closer to me here. So yeah, if I want to deal with them now, I could just use any one of my troops here, no problem. Now it is a little bit unpredictable, and if you do use this, there's a risk that this creature could end up near to your creatures. And if there are a lot of them, and you do not want them to be too close to you, then that's a risk that could happen. Because then that creature that you hit could reach your troops, and you could lose some troops because of that. So there's a risk of using this one. However, I only mentioned what it looks like when you use it normally. But if you power this thing up with air knowledge level 3, let's see what happens. This is what it looks like when you have air knowledge level 3. Then, Cyclone is now cast on a 3x3 area instead of 2x2, and relocates creatures within the surrounding 9x9 area instead of 8x8, and small creatures take double the damage. This thing is more powerful now if we have this together with Cyclone. Let's test this thing out just once. Now that Cyclone is powered up, now we can now cast it in 3x3 area instead. And let's see what happens. Oh yeah, you can see yourself here that these smaller guys take double the damage instead. Is it possible the one in the middle takes double the damage? Let's try it out. Like this. And okay, the one in the middle, it seems, takes double the damage. But still, you saw yourself, they took a lot of damage here. Now, even though the damage is pretty good, and that's the reason why it is useful in that way, the problem is that those who do take the hit, they could end up anywhere in these areas around. And there's a risk they could always end up close to your units, and sometimes you don't want that. After all, I prefer to use my archers as much as possible to whittle them down, and when they come close enough to my armies, then my melee units can take care of them. That's the strategy I usually prefer. So, this thing doesn't really help in that case, so I won't put this as high in my melee list maybe, but because of the damage, and it deals a pretty sizable amount of damage, I'll put this one probably at the top, or at the bottom of... I'll put it at the top of C tier. I'm gonna put it at the top of C tier, since I do think it deals a pretty good sizable damage. It deals more damage than lightning burst usually. So yeah, at the top of C tier is where I'm gonna put this one. Next up here we have lightning reflexes. I have to show you what this thing does in specific so you can see. This is the one, lightning reflexes. Grants an additional hit with plus 39 attack, since I have a lot of magic, when attacking a melee. Lasts for 1 turn. If the enemy can retaliate, the extra attack is executed after the retaliation. Here's the thing, this effect is basically the same, almost the same, as one of the creatures in my hero. There's a special creature here called the Justicar, who has this unique ability where the creature always hits twice. Attacked creatures have the opportunity to retaliate after the first hit. So it's basically the same here. Let's put this one to test and let's see. Now, I'm using my Justicars here to attack normally, if we go like this for example. My Justicars will not take any damage because I have this spell called Martyr. 100% of the damage any other friendly creature will get. Yeah, if any one of my creatures get hit, my Angel Celestial will take the damage instead. I talked about this one in the. I'll talk about Martyr later on, and I already talked about the skills for that. We'll come to that later. Right now, I'm just gonna attack with my Justicars, and he will take hit. And as you noticed, he attacked twice, my Justicars, and that's what Lightning Reflexes also does. Right now, I didn't use Lightning Reflexes, so this is what normally happens when you just attack without any Dispel. Now, let's try Lightning Reflexes together with my Justicar and see what happens. I'll use it on my Justicar here, and Lightning Reflexes. Now let's give it a shot and see what happens. Oh, that hurt. Ooh, did you notice something here? My Justicar attacked a 3rd time, not just 2 times, but a 3rd time. Wow, not bad. 3 times, not bad. And this is because this guy already attacks twice. So with Lightning Reflexes, that adds an additional 1 attack. So yeah, the Lightning Reflexes, you can already see how powerful that thing can be. You can also use this thing in your most powerful unit, like the Angel for example, so they can take the attack instead. Let's see what happens if we do that. They will attack normally like this, and would you look at that, my Angel attack again, not bad. And they can do the same thing. Oh wait, that was wrong. This is gonna hurt now because of that. Yeah, that hurt. Let's make sure my boys survive. I'll do this just in case. So that my angels survive. Have a better chance to survive. I'll talk about, wait. Yeah, I do have it, good. I'll talk about this someone later, of course. But for now, let's do this, and there we go. And now I can attack with my Lightning Reflexes again. Just as mentioned before. There we go, and that hurt. Oh, you were supposed to attack it twice. Oh no, I forgot about it. It only lasts 1 combat round. That's important to know. In the next combat round, it won't work, so good to know. Now, What happens if we add the ability Air Knowledge level 3 to our hero? If we do that, then the additional strike from lightning reflexes is now executed before the enemy's retaliation and with 10 plus attack. So basically this means if we use this on our Justicar, they should be able to technically attack 3 times in a row and before our enemy can attack. And even better, the dungeon faction really benefits from this, and for a reason. I'm going to show you why. Now, this combo that I was talking about with the dungeon faction here is where I have the specific abilities called Prime Knowledge Level 2, Clarity, Confusion, and Coordination. I talked about all these things in my all skills tier list, so I'm not going to talk about them here. But I have them all together, and this is the combo I usually do when I have all these things together. I make sure my Dark Hydrosa here, and I'm going to attack them normally like this. And okay, I think that's a little bit difficult since my boy can basically one-shot anyone I want. Except these guys, let's give it a shot. Oh, okay, I forgot to mention here, but because they are undead, since they are undead, they cannot get confused. That's something I missed here. I gotta try and fix that. Just in a moment, wait. This is good to know that if you do face the Necropolis faction, or any faction that are immune to mind effects, in this case, then attacking them, then the normal strategy usually don't work. However, there is a solution to that. We could do almost the same thing as I mentioned before. I'll throw my boys here, like this for example. And we can use the spell that I talked about before, Lightning Reflexes. So, and because of the power up, now our boys can attack before they can retaliate. So let's give it a shot. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Yeah, that hurt. Now you saw that I pretty much wiped out all these guys just like that with one hit. And especially since he got lucky. Let's see what happens if we try the same thing and he does not get lucky this time. Let's try that out. Lightning Reflexes, same strategy here. And attack here, and let's see what happens. And... oh, attack twice. Not bad, eh? And this is with coordination as well. So technically, my boy should be able to attack even 3 times because of coordination as well, not just twice. I'll show you just one last time the same strategy, so you can see why Lightning Reflexes is very good in this situation. Because here, I can, for example, just throw my boys in here and use Lightning Reflexes here so that he can attack again, and just let him chew up on these guys. That's 1 attack, 2 attack, and 3rd attack. Did you see? 3 attacks, just like that. That hurt. So, Lightning Reflexes may not be the best or most powerful spell or so, and even without the power up, it's not as flexible, I could say. But with this power up of Air Knowledge level 3, you can attack twice before your enemy can hit you, and that's as good as coordination. And if you remember how powerful coordination was, in my opinion, that skill, when I talked about that skill in my skill tier list, yeah, you if you saw that video, you know what I think about it. And this thing is almost as good, almost. The difference is that it does cost a lot of mana, so you cannot use it every time. And also, you need this power up in order to make it that powerful. So there are a few downsides that makes it not as good as coordination, in my opinion, but it's close, very close. So I'm gonna put this one pretty good high up in my tier. I'm gonna put this one in A tier. This spell, it is very good. I do use this one occasionally when I can, yeah. Now we come up to the tier 4 spells, the 2 spells that are highest tiers in air magic in this case. The first one is called Chain Lightning, And I think a lot of people here who's played both Heroes 3 and also Heroes 5, if I remember correctly, that Chain Lightning is extremely powerful in these games. And there's no difference even in this game. This thing is extremely powerful. I'll show you a little example of what this does. Here we have it, Chain Lightning. If you have 20 magic, if your hero has 20 magic and it casts as Master, if you have Master air magic, then this thing deals that much air damage to the target unit instantly. Then affects I gotta try to read this one correctly. Consecutively, up to 3 other nearby random units, halving damage every time. Basically, you deal this much damage to the one you choose, and it also deals damage on the 3 other targets. Each one is halved every time, basically. Let's give it a shot. I'll attack these guys, for example. Oh, this is gonna hurt, and oh, that hurt. You saw yourself. And all these guys took damage as well. Yeah, you see pretty much how powerful this one is. The one you choose is pretty much finished instantly. And the others took damage as well. Now we have to be a little bit careful with this spell, since if we do use this, like here for example, then you saw yourself, we could lose one, it could hit one of our own creatures here, like it did here, and we lost a few because of that. So we have to be a little bit careful when we use Chain Lightning. The most optimal way of using this spell is when there are 4 enemy creatures here, because then you have a good chance to hit all of them. If there are less than 4 enemy creatures, then it's not recommended to use Chain Lightning, since you can lose troops yourself here. But despite its limits, even if there are a few limits in this one is extremely powerful. And there are actually a couple of cases where the enemy uses this spell, and these enemies are a huge problem for me. They can deal a lot of damage and cause a lot of problems for me, because in most cases my own creatures are next to each other, and they are pretty much sitting ducks for Chain Lightning. So it is one of the most annoying spells to face against. But if you use it, it becomes a huge problem for the enemy. So this one is also going good up in my list, I guess. I will not put it in champion tier, since it does have its limits and limitations and such. But I'm gonna put it in A tier because the damage is wow, and it also deals damage on the other creatures as well. So A tier, below lightning reflexes, I'll put this one. We now have the last spell of air magic, called Erratic Storm. This is the last spell of all the spells that we ranked here. I'm gonna show you what this thing does, so you know. Here we have it, Erratic Storm. Creates an erratic storm on the target 4x4 area for 3 combat rounds. Ranged creatures inside get -76 attack. And creatures targeted by ranged attacks crossing the area are in cover and only take 10% of the damage. So if I understand correctly, this thing is a little bit of a double-edged sword, since it does help your ranged creatures to take less damage from enemy ranged creatures. In this case, I'm fighting against the disciples and the apprentice here, and they are ranged creatures. So technically this thing should make me lose less troops, since they only take 10% of the damage. We'll give it a shot here, for example. Before we do that, let's see how much damage we can deal. 2 to 3 kills, 2 to 4 kills here. Okay. Let's use this thing here and see what it looks like. Oh, with luck as well. This is what it looks like for 3 turns. The downside is though -76 attack, which means like 0 attack. Yeah. I think that means, wow, they pretty much can't take anyone at all now. So like I said, this thing is a little bit of a double-edged sword, since my creatures cannot deal any damage really anymore, unfortunately. The good thing, of course, is that they take less damage, although my guys still take some hit here for some reason. I gotta check to see if there's a difference between having this and not having this. Let's have a look. Let's try the same combat again, and this time we let the enemy attack us. Is the damage the difference? No, there's no difference. Okay. Oh, okay. That means if I see correctly, there is no difference here. But that could possibly be because, if I read correctly, they have to the creatures targeted by ranged attacks crossing the area are in cover. That's weird. Technically it is supposed to protect my creatures. For some reason it doesn't protect. So that's weird. That's a little bit weird. If that's the case, then this thing is useful in only one way, and I can show you the way. Let's see what happens if we cast this spell in our enemy instead. As you can see, we have these kills that we can deal, and the same thing here, 4 to 7 kills, 4 to 6 kills with our other troop. Let's use Erratic Storm on the enemy instead, and see what happens. Like that. Is there any difference? Yo, yeah, there is a difference. There is a little difference. They are covered and they only take 10% damage, as you know this. So yeah, like I said, it is a bit of a double-edged sword, since now they cannot deal that much damage. But at the same time, I still take a lot of... I think the reason is because they have full range. These guys have full range. And also there are a lot of them. So I think that's the main reason why they still deal damage. So you saw yourself. It can of course help if you want to make sure your archers survive. But the problem is your archers will not be as powerful, and their attack will almost guarantee be like 0, and they won't deal that much damage. So it is pretty much of a double-edged sword, and because of that, I can tell you this much. If it were the case that this thing protects your creatures from enemy ranged units, and it also increases your ranged units attack by the amount that you saw, then this would not only be a great protector, but also a great attack boost. And I would probably put this one together with storm arrows, because storm arrows by itself is that incredible, and it only increases the attack of your ranged creatures. If this thing could do the same, but also protect your ranged creatures, then this thing would probably even be higher than storm arrows, if that were the case. But because of its double-edged sword, and it makes sure that you either make sure the enemy creatures deal less damage, or your own ranged creatures will deal less damage. I cannot put it that high in this list, because there may be some specific situations where you want to use it on the enemy ranged creatures, so that your melee creatures can go in and take the hit on them or so. That's a probable situation. But it's not gonna go that high much. You know what? I'm actually gonna put this one here. Not worth it, since it does cost a lot of mana, and because of its double-edged, because of its both plus side but also its downside together, there aren't that many situations where this thing can actually help. I gotta say, I would prefer other spells like Chain Lightning would be better in my opinion, or Lightning Reflexes, or Storm Arrows in this case, or other spells even. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put this one in not worth it. Maybe I miss or underestimate this spell in some ways, but it's not it's not versatile enough for me to put it higher. So that's too bad. Next up here we have Dispel. We are now going to talk about all the spells in Dark Magic. I think there are 9 spells here. Yeah, 9 spells altogether. And yeah, the first one is called Despair. This thing decreases the morale of whoever you chooses, of any enemy creature that you choose. Their morale will be decreased. And on theory, this sounds pretty good, because that means they have a chance to freeze in combat, and they will not make their move for the combat round. So there's a good chance if you use this, if you don't have Dark Magic, then it won't decrease that much. If you do have Dark Magic, however, at master level, then the morale can be greatly decreased with this. Let's put this into theory and try it out. We have this simple battle here, and we are going to cast Despair, which I mentioned before, decreases by 13 the morale of the target enemy creature for 3 turns. And this is without dark magic. If we use it on one of these guys, for example, wait, how much more? Yeah, you are a good example here. Let's use it on you. This is what it looks like, Despair. And as you see, morale is now negative. And if it's negative, then they have bad morale, and that means they have a chance to freeze in combat. Let's see if that works here and see what happens. Okay, he still got to make his move, so it didn't make a difference. But still, that's the point. If they have bad morale, then they have a chance to lose their turn, basically. So we'll give a shot here as well and see if there's a difference. Not really. There! Did you see? He got bad morale, and therefore he could not make a move. Now, if I have a dark magic at master level, then you can see the morale is now decreased by 39 instead. So there's a much better difference. Let's try it out now and see if we have if it makes a better difference here. Okay, not really, but that's okay. That's okay. Since the morale decrease is much better than before, so that's a better difference in that way. Now there is a more effective way of just using this spell on each and every creature individually, which I'm doing right now, since there is it doesn't always guarantee that you have bad morale, and you have to cast it multiple times to make it affect multiple creatures, and even then it's not always guaranteed. As you see, they can still make their move, like as you saw here. So that's always a risk that could happen. Although now they got bad morale because of that. So that's good to know. If you want your spell Despair to be more effective, then you can have Dark Knowledge level 1. Because this thing makes both Despair and Weakness. Both these spells are now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area. This means that you will not only make sure one enemy creature has lower morale, but you can make multiple of them get lower morale, thanks to this. Let's try this thing out with this one. There we go. Now you know I forgot to tell you something, but there are a few spells that has a little extra decorating detail around here if they're upgraded compared to some others here. For example, you see that Cyclone, for example, has a little extra air detail around it, but Erratic Storm does not. That means the ones that do have this extra decoration around is upgraded, because you have the ability that powers up this particular spell. The same thing here with the Dispel in this case. It has a little dark decoration around, which means it has been powered up. Compared to, for example, spells like Agony, which doesn't have this. So that's good to know. If it has this decoration, that means there's an ability that powers this thing up. And in this case, Dispel decreases by 62 the morale of all enemy creatures in the target 4x4 area for 3 turns. So that means we can now target multiple enemy units with this. We could go, for example, like this, maybe. Yeah, like this, for example. Let's target these two guys. Now they both have Despair. Let's see what happens. Ooh, bad morale, not bad. You got to go again, but that's okay. They still have bad morale, and like I said, yeah, minus 50, that's the minimum amount of morale they can have. That's the least amount they can have. So, yeah, they have now a good chance to lose their turn because of this. So the spell can be pretty effective in some cases. I don't usually use this that much, since there are many other ways I prefer to deal with the enemies than decreasing their morale. And in many cases, and the whole game has this mechanic where you can decrease enemies' morale by just taking down one of their stacks, and they lose their morale in that way. So you don't exactly need this in that way. If this is pretty much the only spell I have, then I would use it in some cases or so. After all, it is useful in few situations and such. But I don't exactly use it that often, so I'm gonna put this one probably at the I'll put it at the top of D tier, since I think it is still more useful than the other one here, Erratic Storm, if I remember correctly. It is a bit more useful than Erratic Storm, I think, here. Next up we have Weakness. This thing decreases the attack of whoever enemy creature that you choose. Just like Despair, both Despair and Weakness can be powered up by the same ability, Dark Knowledge level 1. So they both will be casting 4x4 area, as I mentioned before. We can check this out and see what happens if you use this without the power up, just in this normal way. First off, we'll see how much these guys can deal, how much damage will this enemy can deal without using weakness. Let him attack us and see how much damage. 39 attack and we lost 3 skeletons. Okay, let's see what happens when we use weakness here. Now I'm going to cast a spell weakness here. It is at master level. And now I have the power up, so it means it will affect all enemies in 4x4 area. But since there's only one enemy creature, I can act as if it only affects one. So let's try testing out. We will decrease the attack by 44. So let's see what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Weakness. Let's see if the damage is different here. Oh, not really. Despite weakening attack, it still dealt more damage actually for some reason. That was weird. While we have multiple ranged creatures to fight against, like these ancient treants, let's see how much damage they deal normally without using weakness in this case. Let's see. Ouch, 144 attack. That does hurt. Yeah, that does hurt a little bit, as you can see. All of them hurts pretty good there. So yeah, let's see what happens if we have weakness and weaken the attack. Right now they have 24 attacks, so they do deal pretty sizable amount of damage. And that's why they deal that much. Let's see what happens when we use weakness and see if there's a difference here. Now, let's try it out and see what happens if we use weakness on these guys and see if there's a difference. I'll use it on these two, for example. Let's see what happens. Will they still deal the same amount of damage or will they deal less damage now? Let's see. You first. Oh, okay, the damage has been greatly reduced. Yeah, the damage is reduced. You saw yourself. Yeah, it does work. Their damage has been reduced on the ones that are affected. So it does technically work. It does work. Now, as you can see, this is what it normally does. It decreases 48 since I have Master Dark Magic and I have a lot of magic in my hero. I have 23 magic, as you see. What happens though if we use a little combo that I mentioned in my top skill tier list, where I use teleport for starters in one of my creatures here, for example the skeletons, and thanks to the ability Clarity which my hero has, my hero can cast it again. Let's see what happens if we use weakness this time afterwards. The magic has been decreased by 20, so that means it now decreases 22 attack instead of 48 I think it was. But still, it is pretty good difference, and they have 24 attack here usually, so that means not bad. It has been reduced also to attack instead of 24. Let's see what the difference is now, and yeah, let's see what happens now with this difference. Let them attack here, and let's see if they can make a difference, if this makes a difference compared to last time. One of them got bad morale, and oh, not bad. Just 79 damage instead of like 140 or so. So yeah, the damage is better. It does work. It does work. And now, just like the spear, I don't usually use this spell that often, since there are many other ways to deal with the enemy, and then just lowering the morale or the attack. But these are of course valid ways of dealing with the enemy and making it easier for you to survive in that way. So they are not they are not powerless. You could say that they have some specific usages, and they help. Not though just for them to be in D tier. There's a reason why I put the ability at not worth it actually in my skill tier list, the Dark Knowledge level 1, because I pretty much rarely use it. But the spells themselves can be useful in some ways or another, so they both can be in D tier. Yeah, as you can see, if I show you my skill tier list, which I mentioned before, my Dark Knowledge level 1 is at the top of not worth it. Simply because I don't use this skill really. But it can help, of course help. It's not like it's completely powerless. It helps the two spells that I mentioned before, Dispel and Weakness. So there's a reason why I put these spells at best in D tier, at the very best, because individually they do help in some way or another. So yeah, that's what I just think they are. Next up here we have Malassa's Temptation. This is an adventure spell, and with this thing, when you meet one of the neutral creatures on the map, they have a higher chance to join your army with this spell. So this thing can be very powerful if you have massive dark magic. I'll show you a little demonstration of this one. This is the one, Malassa's Temptation. Increases by 20% the chances that neutral armies offer to join the hero until the end of the day. Normally, this one only increases 5% if you do not have dark magic at all. Now that I have massive dark magic, it will increase by 20% instead. So let's give this a chance and see what happens when we use this. So let's use this thing now, increase by 20%, there we go. And let's see if this will work. I hope these guys will join me. No, unfortunately they didn't. That's too bad. Maybe these guys will join me if I go to them, let's see. Yes! This is what it looks like if they want to join you. Let's pay up. The downside of course is that we have to pay gold in order for them to join us. But let's pay the gold. And bring some of the troops with me here, like this, for example. I'll take the ones that I can take, like this. And there we go. You see yourself, I have better army now than before. I have to abandon some, but that's okay. But yeah, that's what it looks like. Now, there is actually a skill, which I talked about in my skill tier list, called Diplomacy, where that skill also increases neutral army's chance to join your hero. So you can combine that together with Malassa's Temptation so that the neutral creatures will have an even better chance to join your hero's army. And there's also a special ability in Diplomacy called Golden Tongue, which decreases the gold cost of the joining your army by 25%, if I remember correctly. So you can actually combine this Massive Dark Magic with Massive Diplomacy and Gold Tongue. And it will greatly increase your hero's chance to join the neutral creatures to join your army. And having more creatures just like that with you, it helps a lot, I can tell you. So this is a very good combination that you could test out, and so I don't perhaps use it that often, since I usually don't use dark magic that often. But if I were to use dark magic, then this is a combo I would choose. So this one is actually not half bad, this thing. I'm gonna put this one higher than some of the other abilities. What am I saying? Some of the other spells here. Because yeah, this one is pretty good. I'm gonna put this one in low B tier, I say. Perhaps I underestimate this or overestimate it, but I think it's in B tier, this thing. The next spell here we have Face of Fear. What this thing is doing, I have to show you this one. Here's what it normally does. Melee attacks of the target allied creature make enemies run 2 tiles away instead of retaliating, and decreases their morale by 6 for 3 turns. This thing lasts for 3 turns. Let's put it into practice. If we use this on, for example, our Banshees. Face of Fear. If we attack it like this on the enemy here, what happens? You see, they are afraid now. I think this also means, yeah, -6 morale here, as you see. Lasts for 3 turns. So that's good to know. And if I saw correctly, not only does it also lasts, as you see, for 3 combat rounds. So it doesn't just works once, but it works 3 times altogether. So I could just attack like this, and just do this. Make him run away like that, and he does not retaliate for that. So yeah, that's good to know. That's good to know. And I could do the same thing with these skeletons. If I use a Face of Fear here, will you survive the attack? Let's see if you survive this attack. And no, you didn't. But still, even if he were to survive, he would not be able to retaliate, and he would just run away instead. Now this is what it looks like at its base. I do not have dark magic in the hero, and I do not have the upgraded ability that powers this thing up, which was, what was it called again? Dark Knowledge level 2 it should be. But what happens if we have it at master level, dark magic at master level, and we have the dark knowledge level 2 as well? Let's see what happens then. Before that, I'll just show a little bit quick here what happens when we have dark magic at master level. Then the effect is still the same, but morale is decreased by 16 instead of 6 for 3 turns. So the morale decreases more here than before, if we have dark magic at master level. So that's a little difference, of course. Now let's see what happens if we add the dark knowledge level 2 as well, so that something else happens here. We'll see what happens. Here we have it. What happens if we add dark knowledge level 2 to our hero? If we do this, then enemy creatures attacked with Face of Fear additionally cannot retaliate for 1 turn. Let's try this thing out and see what the difference here. Like this. There we go. Alright, now that we power this thing up, let's see what happens if we use it. Now it says this instead. Melee attacks of the target allied creature make enemies run 2 tiles away instead of retaliating, and decreases their morale by 16 for 3 turns. Something new here also. Frightened creatures cannot retaliate. Lasts for 3 turns. Let's test it out now and see if we use this on you guys, for example. And yeah, this is gonna hurt a little bit. Let's do it. Oh, that's something new that happened. Catatonic fear and not just fear. What does this mean? The creature cannot retaliate. Lasts for 3 turns. Oh, this is even better than before. Let's try this out and see. Let's attack you here, just for example. Yeah, did you see? Cannot retaliate. And he still has this for 2 more turns. So yeah, that's a bit better difference than before. I can use this again on you, for example, and I'll just hit it on you. Face of Fear and Catatonic Fear. That must have hurt. That does really hurt. And now you cannot retaliate as well for 3 turns. Let's try that out on you, like here, for example. And oh, again Catatonic Fear. So yeah, you see yourself, it does help and it does hurt a lot with this. And now there are actually a few creatures that are immune to this spell. The normal ones that are immune are undead and constructs, since they are not alive, so they are immune to this thing. But there are also a few creatures that are alive but still immune to this thing. I'll show you 1 or 2 of them, for example. Now, let's see what happens if we use this on these Shadow Panthers. And I'll use the same spell here, Face of Fear. And if they are frightened, they cannot retaliate normally. Let's see what happens. I'll use this and attack you here, Face of Fear. Let's see here, and did you see? Nothing happened, despite my Face of Fear. There's a reason why. Because of this. Indomitable. The creature is immune to negative mind effects. It's immune to morale decreases and mesmerize, and ignores Face of Fear when being attacked. This is something actually that there are a few creatures that has this ability, which makes them immune to this. There's another creature as well. I'll show you this one just in short. Here, if you go to the Haven faction and you wanted one of here in the Haven faction, there is one champion creature that you could choose from. But you can choose between the angels, which I usually choose, but you can also choose the Lance Knecht and the Swordmaster. These two have this ability as well, Indomitable, where they cannot be targeted or affected by Face of Fear. And the same here with the Swordmasters. They are also immune to Face of Fear. So these guys are also something that you can choose from if you want to make sure Face of Fear will not have any effect on them. So that's good to know. Now, Face of Fear is actually pretty good. I don't use it that often, since I don't use dark magic that often, as I mentioned before. But if I were to focus on dark magic, then I would use this one, because it is actually pretty good. So I'm gonna put this one pretty good in C tier, I say, this one. Perhaps I underestimate this spell a little bit, because in theory, especially if you're fighting against single creatures, and you want to make sure that all your creatures can attack this guy without retaliating, then this thing is very good, actually. But there are other situations where I can basically do the same thing, but in my opinion, they're better. So that's why I'm putting this one in a pretty good C tier, I say. Yeah, I'll put it there. The next spell here is called Purge. With this thing, you can remove all positive. You can remove at the very least one positive effect or more from enemy creatures. Now there are 3 spells in the game that removes magical effects from creatures at all. There's one. This is the one of them. The other one is in light magic. I'll come to it later. I think it was called Cleansing Light. I'll come to it later. And the third one can be found in Prime Magic. I'll come to it later as well. But all these 3 spells basically does the same thing, where it removes effects from creatures around the field. The one in Dark Magic here and the Light spell are the opposites of each other. And in this case, I'll just show you a little quick example of this one. Here it is, Purge. This thing removes 3 positive magical effects from the target enemy creature instantly. This is why normally it only removes 1 positive effect if you do not have Dark Magic at all. Since I have Master Dark Magic, it removes 3 effects, positive effects. And also, if you have this power up with Dark Knowledge level 2, then it also makes it immune to positive effects, spells or effects for 3 turns. So if you have this power up, you can make sure that whoever you chooses will not be able to have any positive effects for a while with this. Let's test the thing out and see if it works. I'll just let the enemy try and cast something that might work. Or not, since this is not exactly a positive effect really. Okay, let's see if this works here, if the enemy hero casts something here. Yeah, there we go, Lightning Burst. Alright, he powers up his own enemy creature here. Now let's use the spell Purge. If we go to Dark Spells and use this, and use it on you. Curse, ooh, that looks bad. Oh, that thing is supposed to disappear. Why doesn't it disappear? Oh, that's weird. It was supposed to disappear for some reason, but it looks like it doesn't. That's weird. That's weird. That's something unexpected. Yeah, that was weird. It was supposed to remove the lightning burst, but perhaps it doesn't count as a positive spell. Perhaps not, since you can cast it on the enemy too. But still, the idea is if there is a positive spell on the enemy creatures, this thing should remove it and make sure. And if you have the Dark Knowledge level 2, then they should not be able to gain the positive spells for a few turns as well. And now I don't usually use this. I don't exactly use this. There are many other spells I do prefer and are better. So I'm gonna put this one at not worth it actually. Oh, here is an Erratic Storm. This one must be Gust of Wind. That's how it is, perhaps. And Cyclone. That's how it is. Yeah, Face of Fears with Cyclone. They can be good. Erratic Storm is here and the Purge is here as well. So these are not spells I usually use. So yeah, not worth it. Next up here we have Agony. This is one spell that I do use if I do choose Dark Magic, because this thing is very powerful. I'm going to show you what this thing does in detail. This is the one, Agony. Normally, this thing deals this much dark damage to all enemy or to the enemy creature that you chooses. It can be one enemy. Normally, without the power up, which I have right now, if I do not have the power up, this thing deals this much dark damage at the start of the turn for 3 turns, and whoever chooses will take this dark damage. In this case, 944 to 960. Now, if you have Dark Knowledge level 3, which I have right now, then it will also deal all damage. It will deal damage to all enemy creatures in the target 4x4 area at the start of their next 3 turns. So it looks like this. And yeah, this one is powerful. If I use it, for example, here on this guy, Agony, that means these guys will take this much dark damage to the creature at the start of its turn. So let's just let this guy begin his turn, and yeah, you saw yourself, that hurt. A lot of creatures died there. So yeah, this thing does hurt, and it does hurt a lot. And as you can see, since it's 3 turns, they will still take damage every turn, as you see, because of Agony. Now, if you have Dark Knowledge level 3, which I mentioned before, Then Agony is now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area. You saw yourself, I could cast on multiple creatures. So, this thing can actually target multiple creatures and not just one. Let's test that out. If we have these guys, for example, and I'm going to focus on the archers, for example. Let's go to Dark Spells and use Agony. Where was it now again? There you are. And yeah, we can now target multiple creatures thanks to the Dark Knowledge level 3. So not just one. Let's try it out. Now they both have Agony. What happens if they both take damage from this? Let's see. Oh, that hurt, both of them. They both got hurt from that. And not only that, now they're taking the same amount of damage because of this. So yeah, that happened. So yeah, like I said, if I were to focus on dark magic as often as I can, then this would be my main spell to use, because this one is powerful and this can deal a lot of damage. So this one is gonna go up pretty high in my list here actually, since it is very powerful. I'll put it at the bottom of 8 here. So yeah, that's where I'm going to put it. Next up here we have Shadow Image. If you're familiar with the game Heroes 5, there's another spell there called Phantom Forces, which copies any of your creatures. And also Heroes 3, if I remember correctly, they also have a spell called Clone, I think, where it basically clones any of the creatures you have and makes them with the same numbers and the same effects and such. And if the clone takes any hit, they are destroyed. And the same thing here with this spell, Shadow Image. There is, however, a little difference with this. It clones any creature that you want, even at Master Dark Magic. However, there's something I'm going to show you about this one. Here we have some Shadow Image. Like I said, this thing summons a copy of the target creature stack, size 0.16% of the original. The copy is destroyed when it receives any damage. Now I have my dark magic at novice level, so it's not at its maximum level. And you notice that the size is low, just 0.16, so it's very low here. What happens if we increase our dark magic to its maximum? Let's do it. Dark magic expert and then dark magic master. There we go. Let's see if there's a difference now in our Shadow Image. Yeah, now the size is 0.4 instead of the original. So the size it's better. However, you notice that even at master level, the size is not 1. It's not the same size. The size is smaller than the original. Even at master level, we have to increase. If we increase our magic, we have 8 magic right now. Let's increase it to like 20, for example. So let's do like this. There we go. That should be 20. Yes, 20. Let's see if there's a difference now in the size. Now we have a little bit better here. Now it's a 1. When we reach 20 in magic. I think it's 20 magic if I saw correctly. Let's do this just in case. I'll just lower it a little bit like this. So we have 18 magic. Yeah. Now if I saw correctly, it's 1 its size. Yeah, exactly. When you have 20 magic and you have Master Dark Magic, then the size becomes the same. And if you have more than 20 magic, then the size becomes more. Then the copy becomes greater than the original one. We'll do this, for example, just to give our hero a little bit more magic than your normal 32, for example. And yeah, the size is now 1.6 of the original, so it's now more than the original. So you can make your hero create a copy that is bigger than the original. But you must have at least 20 magic, or more than 20 magic, and Master Dark Magic in order to accomplish this. So that's good to know. Let's test this thing out in the battle and see what happens. All right, now let's try this thing out. Theoretically, we should have our size 1.6 of the original. So let's give it a shot. I'll use it on you, for example. There are 27 of you. How many of you will there be? 43. Yeah. It's more than the original one, and this is the Shadow Image here. This Shadow Image is destroyed when it receives any damage. Yeah, that's good to know. Let's give it a shot and hit you here. This is the copy, if you remember. And yeah, that's what it looks like. So this is good to know. We have a copy here to help us. And the original one, can I just attack normally here? I think you could, yeah, make a move. I'll use the spell again here. Can I use it on you? Yeah, it looks like I can use it on you here too. Can I? Oh yeah, I can. And I can make it even more than this one even. Not bad, not bad. This means I can now use it here. So you can take the guy down. These girls, the bigger than the other copy here, can take these guys. And the third one can take care of these guys. Not bad, eh? Oh, this is gonna hurt. Yeah. There is also a way to make this spell even better. If you have Dark Knowledge level 3, which also powers up Agony that I talked about before, then also the first attack on a shadow image will miss and not destroy it. This effect lasts for 3 turns. So during the first 3 turns, your shadow image will survive 1 attack. That's good, that's pretty good actually. You can make sure your shadow image creature will survive at least 1 attack. So this can be useful in that way. Not bad. Let's try this thing out now that it's upgraded. It's almost a copy of the target creature stack, size 1.8 of the original. The copy is destroyed when it receives any damage, normally, but the first attack automatically misses the copy, unless it is not attacked for 3 turns. Let's give this thing a shot. If we go over with you, for example, there we go. Now we have our copy here. How can you only be 1.5 4 creatures? There was supposed to be 1 more than these guys. Oh well, no matter. You can attack like here normally, and did you see? Missed. So that's good to know. Although I don't know how you only have that amount of troops. How there only can be 4 troops. There's supposed to be more of them. So I don't see how that happened. Let's try again. Let's go with this again. How is this possible? You have Master Dark Magic and you have 32 magic. So I don't see how you only have 4 creatures here. That's weird. Huh, that's weird. But at the very least we can do this, and it hurts like that. And you miss. Yeah, it might be a little bit unpredictable, unfortunately, since it is supposed to show what the amount that it showed, and it didn't every time. It did a few times, but not every time. Still, when it works pretty well, and the protection rate won't be destroyed for 1 turn. That's actually pretty good. So I do occasionally use this spell every now and then. Not that often, but I do occasionally use it. And when you do use it, it is pretty powerful. So I am going to put this one at the top of B tier, this one. Since it is pretty good. It is maybe not his best spell, but it's pretty good. It is good. Next up here we have Shadow Cloak. With this thing, when the enemy creature attacks one of your creatures, the first attack will miss. This is what that's what it normally does. I'm going to show you the difference between the novice level and master level, just in case. Now, this is the one, Shadow Cloak. The next 1 attack automatically misses the target, friendly creature. Lasts for 3 turns or until all attacks have missed. So basically, if you use this, your creature will survive 1 attack. So yeah, it's not half bad in that way. However, if you do not have dark magic, it only means it only protects against 1 attack. But most of all, it is extremely expensive, as you can see. 80 magic this thing costs, just to use it once. So I can use it once, yes, but I won't be able to use it a second time. So if I do this, I'll just attack like this, and ouch, and yeah, it misses. It works, so it works. But it is extremely expensive. That's good to know. Here we have it, Shadow Cloak, and this is at master level now. The next 2 attacks automatically miss the target friendly creature. Lasts for 3 turns or until all attacks have missed. Let's try it out. We'll use it on you in this case. Shadow Cloak. And if we attack here, what happens? Miss. Not bad, eh? That's what happens. You also notice that without dark magic, this thing costs 80 mana. I think that's the highest amount of mana in the game that required for one spell, possibly. But when I had Dark Magic and also Dark Scholar, which reduces the mana cost by 20%, the mana cost was reduced to 32 instead of 80, so more than half of the mana has been reduced. That's a huge difference. It's much easier now to cast this spell. And at master level, the enemy can attack twice on your creature and it will still not be impacted. So if you're going to use a spell, you want to have Master Dark Magic and also Dark Scholar as well. And this one, it does its job also. I don't use it as often as the other spells. It can be good, it can be... It protects, of course. It does protect and help in that way. But it's not something I use that often. Because it does cost a lot, and there are other ways to make sure your creatures have a better chance to win. So I'm gonna put this one at the bottom of C tier, this one. Now we have the last spell of Dark Magic, called Haunting Plague. What this thing does, I'm going to read it to you. Here it is, Haunting Plague. If we do not have Dark Magic, then 2 random enemy creatures get the debuff Haunting Plague when the spell is cast, and at the start of the next 2 combat rounds, afflicted creatures have -10 attack and get 76 to 90 dark damage at the end of a combat round. So let's test it out if we use this now, and yeah, that's what it looks like when you have Haunting Plague. They have -10 attack until the end of the combat round, and the creature will get this much dark damage at the end of the combat round. Let's try it out. Let's make the move. Yeah, he gets to move, and when I end this turn, and that's what it looks like, Haunting Plague. And yeah, if I understand correctly, it looks like this happens for 3 combat rounds, if I understood correctly. I gotta check this one again just in case. When the spell is cast and at the start of the next 2 combat rounds. Okay, it's for 2 combat rounds. Let's see if that's true. Let's try it out. Yeah, that hurts, I know. And yeah, Haunting Plague again. Let's see if it continues like this. I think it's just for 2 combat rounds, if I remember correctly. Yeah, that's the 2 combat rounds. Altogether, he gets hit 3 times, if I understood correctly. Still, it does hurt. It does hurt a little bit, even at its base level, without Dark Magic. So that's good to know. Let's see what happens when we have Master Dark Magic and have this. Now, what happens if we power up Haunting Plague so that we have Master Dark Magic? Then 5 random enemy creatures get the debuff instead. And they still have -10 attack, but it deals 328 to 366 dark damage at the end of a combat round instead. So now it will target 5 enemy creatures instead. Let's try it out. All of them get this thing. And if I remember correctly, they will all be hit by the end of the combat round. So let's see what happens. Let them hit here. Yeah, that's okay. Oh, that hurt. That must have hurt. Oh, many of them took a lot of damage here. And in the next round, yeah, they got slaughtered. So yeah, this thing can be very powerful. In the right context, and if you have a high mana, high magic, and your magic is Master Dark Magic, of course, this thing can deal a lot of damage then. It doesn't deal as much damage as many of the other spells that I'm going to talk about later. Usually, Agony, for example, does more damage on the ones you affected than Haunting Plague, and Agony costs much less mana. So I won't put this as high as Agony, in my opinion. But I can put it one pretty good in my tier list. I'll probably put this one at the top of C tier, I say. It's not the most powerful. Oh, I think. Yeah, Haunting Plague is a little bit better than Cyclone. Although Cyclone deals more damage, it is only effective in a 2x2 or a maximum 3x3 area. So not as flexible. Haunting Plague is more flexible because 5 random enemy creatures will be haunted by this thing, and they will take damage. So I prefer this one a little bit more than Cyclone in that way. So yeah, C tier for these things. Next up here we have all of the earth spells here, as you can see. And we are going to start with the first one called Regeneration. With this thing, you can target any creature, any friendly creature that you have, and if you cast this spell on them, they will slowly regain their health every turn. They won't regain that much health, but they do regenerate. They will gain a little health each turn for 3 turns with this. So it's basically heal, the low-powered version of heal for 3 turns. I'm going to talk about heal later on. I'll demonstrate a little example of this spell, and I'll show you the difference here. Now, if we have a battle here, I'm going to wait, for example, and let the archer shoot. Let's see if this hurts. Yeah, it hurts, but that's okay. I'm going to see if I will lose anyone here. And if I do lose anyone, then I'll just let them attack. If I'm going to use Regeneration if I do lose anyone. So I'll do this, for example. You defend. Good. Good. Now we can make a move. I'll go here, for example. Oh, good. You can wipe this guy out. Alright, let's see what happens. We are going to lose some more probably. Yeah, the hunters here. We lost some hunters. I'm going to cast... Wait, how many? I lost 2. There were 11 in the beginning. Remember, 11. I'm going to cast a spell, Regeneration. Where was it now again? Here. Regeneration. Let's cast it on you. That's what it looks like. So, let's see what happens if we do lose... we may have lost them, yes. But, oh, did you see? We got one back to life. Let's see what happens if once the battle ends, if we can make a little difference here. I'll just wait just in case, so that maybe I can... oh, I lost another one, that's okay. Ah, I got him back. And the 10 health as well. That's the second turn. Can I maybe attack as well? Yeah, good idea. There we go. And I'm going to defend and see if I can save another guy here. Yeah, I did. Excellent. Alright, let's see if we can, if this works, and if we can keep these 2 guys that we lost, and we can keep the 11. Let's see. And it looks like we actually can. Yeah, we got to keep them. Perfect. Then this is good to know. Even without earth magic, Regeneration not only heals up your troops, but you can also resurrect them. And this is even without earth magic. So this is good to know. Now, what happens if we have earth magic at master level, like we have now here, for example? And not only that, we also have earth knowledge level 1, so that Regeneration is now cast on creatures in target 3x3 area. Let's test this spell out now and see if there is a difference. Now, if we have this spell, for example, I'm pretty sure that his archers are going to cause trouble for me. I'll let him cause trouble this time. Let's see what happens. Oh yeah, I lost some troops here. And there too. I lost a couple of troops. That's pretty obvious. Let's do this. What happens if we can... is it possible to save our creatures thing with Regeneration? We'll try it out and see what happens. I'm just gonna get rid of these guys. Like that. There we go. Alright, remember. These guys got hurt. You and I think I lost a few of you, and I lost a few of you. So I'm going to do this. I'll move you over here. You stay here. I'll move you over here. And that should be good. Now let's use the spell. Regeneration. This time we now heal, because we have Master level and Earth Knowledge level 1. Now we can heal and resurrect 155 health of all friendly creatures in the target 3x3 area at the start of the next 3 turns. So we could technically do this and make sure all of them have Regeneration instead, and not just one. So let's see what happens. You got healed, perfect. You got healed and most of your troops came back, not bad. Not bad, not bad. I'll do this just to make sure that this guy will have a little bit more difficulty reaching me. There we go. My boys here came back. Excellent. Alright. It looks like it's working. It looks like it worked. I got back a couple of my troops there. And you got healed as well. Not bad. And let's wait another turn so that a few more of my troops can come back. I think I lost someone else, if I remember correctly, maybe? I'll check just in case. Yeah, I lost a hunter. Now they're back. You see how Regeneration works? So yeah, I love this spell. I can already tell you I love this spell. When I play my playthroughs in this game, something I do more than anything is to try to make sure that all my creatures survive. If not all of them, then most of them at the very least. So survivability is very important to me, and this thing contributes a lot to that. It may be the slowest way of making sure all your troops survive, but just like I mentioned in my skills tier list, it is a way and it works. And it works great at that. So I have to put this one very high up in my list. I'm going to put it in A tier, at top of A tier, since there are a few other spells that are great, more powerful than this, in my opinion. So I cannot because there are other spells more powerful than this. I cannot put it in champion tier, unfortunately. But still, top of A tier. That's where I'm going to put it. Next up here we have Stone Skin. This thing increases the defense of whoever friendly creature that you choose. And if you saw correctly in my Earth Knowledge level 1, it also showed there about Stone Skin, yeah. Where if you have this ability, then Stone Skin is cast on a 4x4 area. So you can actually cast this spell, and by doing so, all creatures in that area will be powered up with this. I'll just demonstrate a little quick example of this one, so you can see. If we have the spell again, for example, where I just use my Regeneration, now I'm going to use the other spell. If we go here, and we go to Stone Skin. It is now right now at its master level, and also I also have Earth Knowledge level 1, which helped my Regeneration. The same ability powers up both Regeneration and Stone Skin. So let's cast this, and this is what it looks like. What happens if we use this and Stone Skin? Oh, all of them got higher defense. How much defense? 95 in my champion creature. Wow, not bad, not bad. And what about my weakest creature? 50 defense. That is pretty high. That is pretty high. So yeah, if you want a spell where your creatures have a much better chance to survive, then this is a very good spell to use. I'm going to see and test out if the enemy creatures can reach me. Let's see if he can reach me like this. Not really. Then I'm just gonna let him continue. I'll just mass defend. Okay, he doesn't have many troops left, but I'm gonna still defend like this. Nevertheless, I don't think it's gonna make much difference since there aren't that many troops left. Yeah, 5 damage. So yeah, this thing can actually really increase your defense to a greater level if you want to have a better chance to survive in that way. However, as good as it sounds, I usually don't use this spell. Since there are other ways to making sure your creatures have a better chance to survive. There are other spells like lightning reflexes that makes my creature attack twice, for example, or just damaging the enemy straight at the gate with chain lightning, or power up my archers with storm arrows, and making the enemy lose creatures so that they won't have that, so their numbers will thin out before they can reach my units. And that way my troops have a better chance to survive in that way. A little different perspective. This is a bit of a different perspective, but I prefer this way more than using Stone Skin. So, although you can of course use it and it can help you. I'm unfortunately not a big fan of this one, so unfortunately for me it's not worth it. But I will put it at the top, since There are specific situations where it could be useful, and it is more useful than the other spells here. So yeah, at the top of not worth it. Next up here we have Sylanna's Bounty. With this thing, this is an adventure spell, and with this thing, you can choose any of your resource pits that gives you resources every day, like the ore pit, the sawmill, and such, and it doubles their production for the day if you use this spell. If this is an earth spell, if you have earth magic, then the amount that is double, then the amount that you gain, this double amount that you gain will hold for more days and not just one day. I'll demonstrate a little example of this one. Now, normally when you end your turn like this, for example, I'll just let the enemy make his move here for now. And once it's my turn, let's see how many resources we get. 3 plus. I'm supposed to just get 2 wood here, as you see. It provides 2 wood per day, and the same thing here with 2 ore per day only. So how I gain 1 extra here is a good question, but that's not the point. You say yourself, I get 2 ore here and 2 wood here per day. What happens if you use the spell Sylanna's Bounty? This thing doubles the production rate of the target sawmill or ore pit in the same area of control for 4 days. That's good to know, a little more detail. You cannot double the production of your rare resources, so you cannot double your blood crystal, or the star silver, the dragon steel, or the shadow steel. These do not work. This thing only works for your wood and for your ore. So that's good to know. But if you cast it, and normally when you cast this, it will only double the production for 1 day if you do not have earth magic. Since I now have a master earth magic, which I have here now, for example, now this production rate will be increased for 4 days. It will last 4 days instead. That is very good. I could choose whatever resources that I need most. For example, my sawmill. I'll do this, and there we go. Now it provides 4 wood per day instead. Let's see here and test it out. And once it's my turn, yeah, there we go. What happens here? And 5 plus 5. It will normally be plus 4, but still, I welcome it. Extra resources here. I could also perhaps do the same thing on the other one. Let's try it out. I put it here. There we go. So now this is doubled, and this perhaps is doubled as well. Let's give it a shot. I'll wait 1 turn. And will this work? And once his turn is over, there we go. And from the same hero, plus 5 and plus 5. Not bad, eh? So yeah, this is what the Sylanna's Bounty does, and I can already tell you that you may not need it at later on in the game, since you usually have a lot of resources by then. But early on in the game, this thing is a lifesaver, a huge lifesaver, I can tell you, because having resources early on in the beginning, especially your wood and ore, which you are going to need, you're going to need a lot of wood and ore in the beginning. This thing contributes a lot to this, and just as it is right now. Even if you do not have earth magic, you just have the spell, so it only works for 1 day. Still, this thing helps immeasurably and so much. So already here it's incredible, and there is actually a way to make this spell even better. I'm going to show you. Now, what happens if we also add this ability that I talked about in my skills tier list, the one called Foreman, where the production of sawmills and ore pits in this town's area of control is increased by 1. What happens if we combine this together with Sylanna's Bounty? Let's find out. I'll just go do this, make my hero here governor, like this, there we go. And of course I have to add this particular ability, which was Foreman. There we go, that's the one, there we go. Now let's try and use Sylanna's Bounty again. Because now, as you can see, now it provides 3 wood per day instead. And this is before we use the spell. And the same thing here, 3 ore per day. I'll use it on the one we need most, wood in this case. what happens now? Provides 6 wood per day and not just 4. Let's test this thing out and see how much wood we can get now per day thanks to this. Woohoo! Not bad, eh? And we can do the same again in the other one if we want to, like this. And wait another day. And that means not bad, eh? Not bad. Even more resources. No, this would be plus 6 and 6. Now it's 7 plus 7 because I'm getting resources in some other ways. But yeah, otherwise it would be plus 6 and plus 6. And this is incredible, especially early on in the game. Especially then. Yeah, I don't think I need to explain more why this thing is that powerful and incredible. And the best thing is that you don't need earth magic to use this. It may last only one day, but still it works. And sure, you may have to cast with the hero every day to use the spell, which costs up some mana. But in most cases you can afford that. And it helps a lot, I'll tell you. Even without the 4-man upgrade, which gives you even more of these wooden ore. Even without it, this thing helps immeasurably. Because it helps so much early on in the game, and because it contributes in your economy in so many ways, I'll have to put this one in the champion tier. I will put it below storm arrows because I do prefer the aggressive of my archery more than having more resources. But it is thanks to this thing that gives me that I have the chance to build all the important buildings and such in my towns much quicker and easier thanks to this spell. So I have to put this one at the top here, almost at the top at least. It may be limited on only wood and ore, as I mentioned before, and you cannot double the production of your rare resources, sadly. But it doesn't matter. Even if you can't double the rare resources, oh, wow, even better. It probably would be pretty much broken if you could do that. But still, even without that, it still helps a lot. So yeah, it's up here. Next up here we have Entangle. With this spell, the enemy creature that you choose will have its movement reduced. Well, we'll try this thing out. It is pretty basic and simple, and we'll try it out so you can see what it looks like. This is a spell, Entangle. I'll read the details so you know. It decreases by 3 the movement of the target enemy creature and prevents it from using movement-based abilities for 3 turns. Let's use this on the enemy here, the skeleton hoplites. And I guess single targets, as you see. This thing is very useful, because this thing makes them lose a lot of movement. So my own creatures here can make an attack and hurt them, while it takes time for them to come to me. And this thing is pretty needed, since there are a lot of skeletons. So I am going to need this spell in order to have a better chance of beating him here. So yeah, Entangle in this case is pretty useful here. Now, what happens if we upgrade this spell so that not only will it decrease the movement, but we also, which we have even without earth magic, it just decreases the movement. And the same thing if we have master magic, only we decreases the movement even more. But if we have Earth Knowledge level 2, the ability Earth Knowledge level 2, I'll show you the one. If we go here and here, this one, if we have this one, then Earth Entangle additionally deals 495 Earth damage if the creature moves. So, if we have this, if we use this, what was it? Yeah, this one. If we use this one, so that they lose their movement, and also if they do move, they will take damage. So, if we do this, let's test this out and see what happens if we have this together. Alright, let's test this upgraded spell out and see what happens. And this thing works extremely well against single targets that have a lot of creatures like these guys. These guys are gonna be a problem. So let's test this out and see what happens. We'll let the enemies, our boys, shoot here like this. And yeah, we'll just let them shoot like this. until, there we go, Nature's Remedies level 3, and now my boys will always get lucky, of course. That's gonna hurt. Oh, did you see? That hurt. That hurt. That hurt pretty badly. And you saw yourself, they could only move once, just one tile. Pretty good proof. And this thing lasts for 3 turns altogether. Now it's only 2 turns more. But still, you already see yourself how powerful this thing can be against single targets. This thing can be very powerful, and it's pretty needed, because against these kind of creatures, when there are a lot of them, you want to make sure they take even more time before they can get close to your creatures. Because if they get too close to your creatures, they will deal a lot of damage. So having Entangle here, even without the power up, you don't need this power up so that they take damage. Just making them lose their movement is more than enough. And here's a very good example of that. So my 2 archers can take them down slowly but surely while he's slow like this. Now I may not use this spell that often. There are other ways there are other spells I use a little bit more to deal with these kinds of enemies, or single targets in this case. But there are some cases where I would use this, and it can be pretty good against these guys. So I'm gonna put this one probably in the middle of C tier, I say. Perhaps above a lightning burst, I say. In the middle of C tier. It is pretty specific in its usages, but where it is useful, it is good. And it does help. So yeah, I'll put it there. Next up here we have Poison Spray. What this thing does is that, I'll have to show you in details, this one. This is the one, Poison Spray. Deals 64 earth damage to the target enemy creature at the start of its next 3 turns. This is with basic novice earth magic, so my earth magic is at the minimum level here. So let's use this thing in one of these guys. I'll choose these shield guards. I think they are shield guards. Yeah, shield guards, for example. And see what happens. Yeah, take a little damage here. And that's what it looks like at its base level. Not much, it doesn't do that much power or so. But that's how it is. Now, what happens if we have Master Earth Magic, and also we have Earth Knowledge level 2, so that Poison Spray now lasts until the end of combat? Let's see what happens then. Here, if we're fighting against the same enemy as we did before, and this time we are going to use the spell Poison Spray, and it's upgraded. Here it is. This thing deals 400. Now it deals 400 earth damage to the target enemy creature at the start of its next turn, and it will not stop this time. This guy will basically take this much earth damage every turn until this whole combat ends. So that's a little difference that happens now, if we use it here. And there we go, this guy is now poisoned for the rest of the combat, basically. This means that from here on out, this guy will take damage every turn. I'm gonna do this as well, so he takes a little even more damage. There we go. And now just let this guy take damage every time, basically. So yeah, it's going to hurt. And 400 damage every turn, that does hurt. I'll do this, and yeah, did you see 400 damage? That's what happens, and that's how it's going to be every turn now. I'll just defend. I'll just wait like this, and let him take even more damage, as you see. So yeah, that's what happens every turn now. Let's do this. I'll just wait here, and yeah. And even when these thorns are gone, the poison spray will still take effect, as you're going to see. You see yourself, 400 damage still. So that's the thing. It will not disappear. He will still take damage every turn the whole time, thanks to this. Now it doesn't deal that much damage compared to many of the other spells, but because it is pretty flexible, not so flexible against multiple creatures, But against a single creature, this thing is pretty good, and it helps you because you only need to cast it once. And after that, the enemy creature will basically have this for the rest of the combat. And they'll take damage every turn, but thanks to this power-up. So, because it is useful in these situations and it's pretty good, I'm gonna put this one also in C tier, I say. It's not the best spell, and I do prefer Entangle a little bit more, since it also reduces their movement, even if it doesn't reduce them the whole combat. But still, both these spells, I'll put them in C tier. Next up here we have Earthquake. And oh boy, this one is completely chaotic, I can say. I have to read in detail what this thing does. I'm going to read it without any power-ups and such, so you can see what it does at its base level. This is the one, Earthquake. Deals 42 earth damage to all units standing on the ground, and deals 42 earth damage to all town walls and towers, instantly. Damage fortifications take double the damage. Let's do this, and what happens? Ouch! Ouch! And I lost a few. These guys didn't take any damage because they are flying, so they don't get affected. My druids, however, took some bad damage there, sadly. And the same with all the other creatures here, except these ones then. Now, there is actually a way to make Earthquake more efficient. If you have Earth Knowledge level 3, then Earthquake deals double damage to structures and enemy creatures. So let's test this thing out and see if there's a difference. And if you have Master Earth Magic as well. Alright, let's see what happens when we use Earthquake and it's powered up. So because I have Master Earth Magic and also the Earth Knowledge level 3. Now, this thing deals 400 earth damage to all units standing on the ground and deals 400 earth damage to all town walls and towers instantly. Enemy units and already damaged fortifications take double damage. Let's go! And... ouch! Oh, that really hurt. That really hurt. Ouch. You saw yourself, I lost, everyone lost almost everything except my sprites and my oak dryads, I think they were called. Yeah, they were unaffected because they're flying. But yeah, everyone else took damage, as you saw. You know what, just out of fun, let's do it again. Let's do it again, just out of fun. Like this. And give me more, give me more Earthquake. And ouch. Yeah, you see yourself. So yeah, this thing is very powerful, but like I said, also extremely chaotic. You can very, very easily lose a lot of troops on your own, yourself. And the whole point with most spells is to make sure your enemy loses their troops and such. So making you lose your own troops is not really optimal. So because this thing is too chaotic and too unpredictable, and it hurts more than helps, I'm gonna put this one pretty low in not worth it. Unfortunately, I do not like spells that make you lose your own troops. So I'm actually gonna put this one at the bottom even. The only situation where I would use this is when my catapult is gone and I really need to go breach through the walls, because otherwise my ground units cannot get through. That's pretty much the only way where I would use this spell. But if we are not in that specific situation, I don't use this spell because it is basically too chaotic for me. Next up here we have Stone Spikes. This thing deals damage immediately to all enemy units standing within a 5-tile area that looks like a plus-shaped form. So all creatures standing in this plus-shaped form will take earth damage immediately with this. And a shocker here is that in the other games, like Heroes 5 for example, and I'm not sure if Heroes 3 as well, I'm not sure, but I know that in Heroes 5 this spell is there too. And it's not so powerful there, unfortunately. In that game, this spell is pretty weak in my opinion. There are many other spells that deals even more damage than that. But in this game, however, they really powered up this spell so that it becomes extremely powerful and deadly. I'm going to show you a little example of what it looks like when it's at its base level compared to its most powerful level. I'll show you a little difference. This is the one, Stone Spikes. It deals 84 damage to all units in the target plus shaped area instantly. This is what it looks like when we have this spell, and we have Novice Earth Magic. We have Earth Magic by its base level. So let's try this thing out. This is what it looks like when we are going to cast this spell. And I'm going to use it on these three. What happens? Oh, that's what it looks like. Yeah, they lost some health here. Now, there is actually a way to make Stone Spikes even more efficient. If you have a Master Earth Magic, which I have, and you also have Earth Knowledge level 3, then Stone Spikes deal double damage to the unit on the center tile. Let's test this thing out and see what happens if we do this. Now, let's try and use this spell when it is both powered up in its Master level, when you have Master Earth Magic, and you also have the Earth Knowledge level 3. Then, this thing deals 832 Earth damage to all units in the target plus shaped area instantly. The unit in the center takes double damage. Let's try this out. If we go, for example, here, the Legionnaire will take like 1600 damage, and the Lance Sticks, I think they're called, yeah, Lance Sticks, they take 800 damage. Let's try it out. Oh, that hurt. Although, unexpectedly, for some reason, these guys took damage too. They are not supposed to. There is a tile. There is already a tile in between them, so they should not have taken the damage. But hey, I won't complain. You saw yourself, that was Stone Spikes at its most powerful level. And yeah, not only that, you can choose a spell and choose whoever you need to hurt if there is someone who is a big threat like these guys, or if you want to deal with multiple units like this. I'll choose the one who is the bigger threat, like this. You saw yourself. You want to be very careful so that you do not accidentally use this on your own creatures, like this for example. Otherwise, yeah, you pretty much wipe your own creatures like this. So important to know, be careful with the spells that you choose, so that you do not accidentally hurt your own creatures. But yeah, Stone Spikes I am a pretty big fan of. I perhaps don't use it every single time I play with Earth Magic or so, but there are pretty many cases. There are a couple of cases where I do use this. If I don't have specific spells that are more powerful, and I want to be more specific in where I want to hurt my enemy, and especially if someone is a huge threat and I want him to take even more damage than usual, then the Stone Spikes is a go-to spell to use. So I am gonna put this one also in A tier. This one deserves to be pretty high up in my list. This is also a great spell, together with Agony. Both these spells are almost the same. I perhaps prefer Agony just a little bit more, since it deals a lot of damage for 3 turns and not just once. So yeah, Stone Spikes will be at the bottom of A tier, but still, these both spells are great to have. Next up here we have Poison Cloud, and this is a very easy choice for me to make, because this is, in my opinion, one of the most powerful spells in the game. And this thing, it does cost a lot of mana to use, but this thing is really powerful. I'm gonna always put this one in the champion tier, and let me tell you why. With this thing, I have to show you in detail what this thing does, just so you know. This is the one, Poison Cloud. Creates a poison cloud on the target 3x3 area that expand by 1 in each direction for 3 turns. It deals earth damage to all creatures in the area instantly and at the start of all creatures' turn, and to creatures entering the cloud. Yeah, and how much damage does this thing deal? Well, let's find out. If we put it here, for example, we'll put it here as a start. wow, I pretty much wiped out all of them, or most of them already. Let's see how much damage it dealt. 750 earth damage right now, and this is because I have Master Earth Magic. And as long as they are standing in there, they just keep taking earth damage like that. So it's not just once, but it works for multiple times. So yeah, that thing is pretty dangerous. And the best part is that, and it said itself, after each combat round, like now for example, I'm going to end this combat round. Did you see? It expanded. Now it's on a 4x4 area instead. And those who are standing in there take poor earth damage as well because of that. So let's see what happens now if he stands there and ouch, you saw yourself, he lost a lot of boys because of this. So I can already tell you this much, a poison cloud is wow. You have to be careful of course with this one, because this thing spreads, there's always a risk that you could accidentally be too close to it. So, and if you're too close to it, you will take damage to your own spell instead, since it does spread after all. So you have to be careful with this, of course, just to make sure that you do not stand too close to this spell. It is very powerful after all, and you don't want to accidentally lose your own troops because of that. But still, despite... ouch, that hurt, yeah. But yeah, despite its danger and despite its risks, that spell is still very good. As you can see, it's already spread and it's even better than, it's more impactful than before, as you can see. So yeah, this one has to be up here in the champion tier. There's no doubt about that. There are a few spells that I'm going to rank a little bit higher than this, since they are easier to control in my opinion, and they deal more damage even than this. But still, this thing is here up here, because this thing is wow, just wow. Finally, we have the last spell in Earth Magic called Wasp Swarm. What this thing does is, I'm going to show you. This is the one, Wasp Swarm. Cast a Wasp Swarm on target enemy creature. The swarm deals 465 might damage when it is applied, and the creature has minus 30 luck until the end of the creature's turn. At the start of the turn of a creature with a swarm, the swarm moves on to another enemy creature. The swarm affects 8 targets. If you remember the game Heroes, if you have played the Heroes 5, there is actually a spell there also called Wasp Swarm, which all works in pretty similar way like this one. Not exactly, but similar. In Heroes 5, it just deals earth damage there. Here, but here, and in that game also, it doesn't deal as much damage. It does still deal some damage, but not as much. Here, it deals more damage and has even more effects. Let's try this out. I'll try it on, for example, these wolves. Let's see what happens. Oh, that hurt. 465 and Wasp Swarm. Because of the Wasp Swarm, they have minus 30 luck until the end of the creature's next turn. And the swarm will still move 7 times. So let's try it out. I'll just defend it with everything here and let it move. Wow, that hurt. Does it mean that you... No, you're not affected anymore. You were affected, I think. Yeah, you were the affected one. So yeah, and it lasts until the end of the creature's next turn. Oh, okay. So after this guy makes his move, let's see here. I'll just defend with everyone, and when this guy makes his move after these guys, yeah, that hurt. Yeah. Now let's see. It's your turn now. Oh, did you see? Someone else took the damage instead. These guys took the damage instead. Not bad, eh? Well, I'm gonna move here just so that I won't get wiped out just like that. Just so that the Wasp Swarm will work a little bit more. Let's see. Oh, Wasp Swarm again. It targets multiple areas, as you see, when they begin here. So yeah, that's pretty good to know. Now I chose a battle that was a little bit too hard for me to beat, but that's not the point. The point was to show Wasp Swarm, and you saw what it could do. It can affect multiple targets up to 8 altogether. It deals a pretty sizable amount of damage, and whoever who is targeted will have minus 30 luck. So this thing can pretty much be a pretty problem, you could say, if you use this thing. Now I don't really use this spell that often, since it doesn't deal as much damage compared to, for example, Poison Cloud or even Stone Spikes, and it is also a little bit unpredictable, since I can choose whoever I want it to target first, but then after that it just goes and randomly select anyone. And in most cases I do prefer to have a spell or something that targets the very specific creature that I wanted to hurt. So it is not as impactful or useful as the other spells in my opinion, but it can help and it can be useful in some ways. So I'm probably gonna put this one at I'll put this in D tier, I say. Perhaps lower. Yeah, I'll put it above weakness but below despair, I say. I think it is perhaps a bit more useful than attacking, since making them lose creatures make them deal less damage in that way. Despair, however, is perhaps just a little bit better. Just a little bit, but not much of a difference, so yeah, D tier for me. Now we are going to check all the fire spells of the game. These are the fire spells that we are going to go through. So now fire magic is the one that we are going to talk about. And the first fire spell we are going to talk about is Blessing of Arkath. I'm going to show you what this thing does. This is an adventure spell, just like some of the others, like Sylanna's Bounty, for example. And yeah, I'll show you what this thing does here. This is the one, Blessing of Arkath. Deals this much fire damage to 2 random enemy targets at the beginning of the next combat. This is because I have novice fire magic. This is a little bit fun, weird, because it says I have this as at novice level. But if we take a look at our hero here, you can see that I do not have fire magic at all. So technically I should cast this as unskilled instead. The reason is because I have a building in my fortress where all fire spells are cast in 1 rank higher. That's why I have it at novice instead. So normally, if without the fire magic at all, we would only hit 1 enemy creature, 1 random enemy target instead of 2. But at novice fire magic, we can deal 2 enemy targets. Let's use this thing and try it out. And once we use it, let's see what happens when we go into battle here. Now that we cast the Blessing of Arkath, let's see what happens when that spell becomes active. This is what it looks like. Yeah, I took a little damage here. And another one took also a little damage. That's what it looks like at novice level in this case. If we do have fire magic at master level, then we will deal a lot more fire damage than before. And we will also deal fire damage to 4 random enemy targets, and not just 2 or just 1. So let's test this thing out and see what happens. If we start this spell, for example, let's see what happens when we use Blessing of Arkath. Yeah, that deals some damage there. You as well took some damage. And a 3rd one. And finally the 4th one. You saw yourself. That's what happens when you use it. And yeah, it helps in this way. Now, it's not as impactful or powerful compared to many other spells, but since it doesn't do that much damage, even if you're cast using or hitting 4 enemy creatures with this, but it does help, and it's not a bad spell. So I do occasionally use this every now and then when I think I need to deal some extra damage or so. So for that reason, I'm gonna put this one in C tier as well, just above Poison Spray, but below Entangle. So in the middle of C tier, I say. It can be useful, it's not half bad. Next up here we have Burning Determination. If you want a spell that combines very well with the factions that are all about boosting morale, then this is the spell for you. Because this thing literally increases the morale of whoever you chooses. And with the power up of this, there is an ability in fire magic called Fire Knowledge Level 1 that increases that makes you cast this spell on a 4x4 area, so that multiple friendly creatures can increase their morale with this. If you have this, then there are some factions that really benefits from having good morale, like the Haven faction, for example. Let's test this out and see. Here's the one. Now I have it at master level, and also I have a fire knowledge level 1. That means Burning Determination increases by 101 the morale of all friendly creatures in the target 4x4 area for 3 turns. Yeah, increasing it by 101, that's not something that usually happens. Normally at the beginning, you increase like 10-15 morale or so, normally. But since I have Master Fire Magic, and I also have, how much magic? Yeah, 46 magic. That's what causes 100 extra morale. Let's do it. I'll cast it on these guys. That's what it looks like at its maximum level. And because you have high morale, the maximum morale you can have is 75. You cannot have higher than that. So let's try it out and see if you can get some good morale here. Not really. Maybe you can have good morale instead. Yeah, there we go, good morale. And the Haven faction benefits from good morale, since they have a skill and ability that I talked about in my skill tier list, called Righteousness then, where their morale is increased. And yeah, Burning Determination is pretty good for this faction in that case. Like I said, if you have a chance for good morale like this, then you can just make a move like this. This is something I usually do with Haven. I just move like this so that everyone else get good morale. We can also cast this again on our other creatures here that didn't receive it. So they also receive it. There we go. Now they can have good morale, almost guaranteed. So yeah, that's a pretty good proof that they can have good morale, as you see there. Yeah. And now I increased the morale at that level, which was a little bit ridiculous, but that's because I have so much magic in my hero. And normally when you start the game and you have the spell, it doesn't increase your morale that much. And there's a chance that nothing will happen even if you cast it. And I can also tell that I usually don't use this spell that often, since there are other spells in my opinion that are more impactful and they guarantee to be more impactful than this. But nevertheless, it's not a bad spell, and I sometimes use it in specific situations where I need to make sure my creatures go an extra turn. At the very least, they have a better chance to go an extra turn. So I'll put this one together with Dispel at the top of D tier. It is a bit more useful than Dispel, I think, in my opinion. I'm not sure which one is more useful actually. These ones are pretty much the opposites of each other. Dispel decreases the morale, and this one increases the morale. I'll probably... I'm not sure actually. I'll leave it like this, but they're both at the top of D tier, both of them. Yeah. Next up here we have Firebolt. This is a pretty easy spell, a pretty straightforward spell. Once you cast it, you immediately deal fire damage to whoever you chooses. So it is a pretty straightforward spell. I'll demonstrate just a simple example of this one. This is the one, Firebolt. Deals that much fire damage to the target enemy unit instantly. It's basic, simple, it doesn't do more than that. I'll just show a quick example. Cast it and there we go. That's what it basically does. You can power up your Firebolt if you have a Fire Knowledge level 1, so that it also deals this much fire damage for 3 turns. So you do not have to cast it every turn or so. Instead it will automatically deal damage to whoever you chooses for 3 turns. Let's test that out as well and see what happens. Now, yeah, if you have your fire magic at master level, and if you have 46 magic, which is a little bit overkill, then you deal like 1,000 fire damage to the one you choose. And also, if you have the power of Fire Knowledge level 1, then it suffers 550 to 590 fire damage over 3 turns. Let's test this out. If you use it on these girls, for example, that hurt a lot. And they got something else called Burning. Deals 550 to 590 fire damage to the creature at the start of its turn. Lasts for 3 turns. So let's just leave it and see what happens. Yeah, you saw yourself, it took some damage. And And yeah, we can do the same thing here. It lasts for now 2 turns instead. Yeah, why don't we use the same thing again? Just do this and cast it again. There we go. And now she takes damage again like this. So yeah, it is pretty basic, pretty straightforward. It doesn't do that much later on in the game. There are many other spells that are a lot more impactful than this later on. But early on in the game, this is one of the spells you can get basically once you have a magic guild, and simply because the magic guilds provide the most basic spells, and this is one of the basic spells. And it does help. It usually deals more damage than the hero attacks, so I usually use this one in the beginning if I can. So I'm gonna put this one also in D tier, I say. I'll put it above Wasp Swarm, perhaps below these. Actually, I'm gonna put it at the top even, at the top. I do prefer this more than morale, the morale modifiers. Yeah, the morale modifiers and the others here. So at the top of D tier is where I'm gonna put this one. Next up here we have the 2 spells. The 2 spells here that are among my biggest favorites, I can tell you already now. These spells are though something I did mention when I talked about all skills in my skills tier list, that there aren't that many fire spells that you do usually use in fire magic, but the ones I do use, I use them as often and as much as possible, because these 2 particular spells that I use are incredible, both of them. These 2 spells, I'm going to talk about both of them now. The first one is Inner Fire, this is the one, and the other is Firewall. We'll start with Inner Fire. You know what, before I talk about them, I'm just going to put both of them where I think they belong. I'll show you where I'm going to put them. This one is going to... No, wait. Oh, what happened to you? You're going to be here. Wasp Swarm is going to be like here. For some reason I put use this one. No, it says here. This one is here at the top. Straight at the top. And the same with Firewall. This one also has to go very high up in my list. I'm gonna put this one just below Storm Arrows and Inner Fire. So these 2 are straight up here in the champion tier. Because these spells are wow, especially these 3 together. These 3, Inner Fire, Storm Arrows, and Firewall. These are my 3 main go-to spells to deal with my enemies, basically. We'll start with Inner Fire. We'll start with this thing. At its base, this thing increases the attack of whoever you chooses, and also increases its initiative by +5. The attack increase depends on your fire magic and your magic power as well. I'll show you a little detail. I'll show you a little difference if you do not have anything of that at all, and if you have master and high magic as well. I'll show you a little difference. Here is the spell Inner Fire at its base level. We have Fire Magic Novice right now, and that means increases by 12 the attack and 2 the initiative of the target creatures for 3 turns. This is what it normally does at its base level. Let's try this thing out in one of our archers. I'll do this for example. I'll just skip my turns until my weakest units here, my Kobold Scouts. If I shoot them normally like now, it will deal 6 damage. If I use Inner Fire on them, let's see what the difference will be. Inner Fire, there we go. 9 kills instead, so it's a little difference here as you see, and this is at its base level. If we have this spell for example, where I'm going to shoot these girls, normally if I do this, let's see how much kills we can get. 64 kills with these guys. And for these guys it's 13 to 21, and this is because she's covered, this thing stands in the way. And the good morale gives a little extra here, okay, why not? That's what normally is. However, what happens if we use the spell Inner Fire? Let's do it. Inner Fire, since we have now master level and 46 magic, we can increase by 78 attack, which is a little bit overkill. We don't need to increase that much. I can tell you already that you could have Master Fire magic and you could just have like 10 magic in your hero. And that is more than enough to deal like maximum attack with them. But still, we'll have this and we'll cast it now. Let's see how many we can get now. Yeah, it is a little bit difference here. The difference is better. And, wow, not bad. We could almost get twice as many kills here. Almost. So yeah, not bad at all. Now, you saw you're in the fire at its base level. What happens if we have Fire Knowledge level 2, which I mentioned in my skill tier list, that this thing is very high in my tier list there, and for these particular reasons, both Inner Fire and Firewall, my two favorite spells. But yeah, if we focus in Inner Fire, now we can cast this spell on creatures in target 4x4 area. That means not only we will not just target one creature, but we can target multiple creatures and make all of them have increased attack. Let's try this thing out and see what the difference. Don't forget that we can also cast this on our melee creatures. Before I do that, I'm going to just test this ability here and see how much damage we can deal normally. Full flanking here, 153 to 229 kills. That's normally okay. If we're using the fire together with that, how many kills can we get then? Like this, excellent. Now let's test it out. Yeah, okay, that's a pretty big difference, like 100 kills extra. Let's give it a shot. Oh, that hurt. That really hurt. Now let's do this and to cast this on these guys as well. Before I do that, I'm gonna let my wolves leave here and defend. How many kills can you get on your own? Full flanking. 198 to 198 to 122. Okay. If you attack, wait. I'm gonna see here, 123 to 131, okay. Let's cast this thing now and see the difference. So my three guys will take the damage, there we go. Let's see. Okay, the difference is not that much here, but that's okay. We can still do this and yeah, it hurt, but that's okay. Remember, my archers also have this, so 78 attack, and that means we can basically deal this damage. And yeah, 91 kills extra, why not? It will hurt, but that's okay. How much damage will our cavaliers here deal now? Oh, yeah, it was something like 90 damage to 150 or so, I don't remember. But yeah, the damage has increased, so it is better. Oh, and even luck as well. That was good. That was a good one. So yeah, in my opinion, this is probably the most versatile or powerful spell in the game, because it increases the attack by such a huge amount. And you can even have this amount even with just 10 magic. I think it increased your attack by like 30 or so, or something, 20-30 or so, with just 10 magic and Master Fire magic. And the 20 to 30 plus attack is also pretty ridiculous by just that. So it is no question about it. For me, this is at the top of champion tier right now. No doubt about that. And as for Firewall, I'm going to show what this thing does. I'll show you in details and why this thing also is very high up in my champion tier. This is the one, Firewall. Creates a firewall on the target 1x5 area for 3 combat rounds. It deals 92 to 102 fire damage to all creatures in the area at the start of their turn, and to creatures moving through. Let's try it out and see what happens. If we choose here, for example, we'll do it, and oh, that hurt. And this is at its base level. This is the basic level of it, without fire magic even. So let's see how. So yeah, and it will be like this for 3 turns. So they are going to take damage for 3 turns while they are standing in there. So yeah, let's give it a shot and see. Okay, they really don't like my dragon here, but that's okay. Yeah, for some reason, and I mentioned this in my skill tier list, they do prefer to stay in Firewall for some reason. I'm not sure why, but they prefer to stay in here and keep taking damage like this. I suspect it's a form of a glitch, since they prefer to stay in there. But I won't complain, I have nothing against that. Let's see, let them take even more damage here like that, and let them stay there, yeah. And yeah, this is Firewall basically. I'm gonna cast Firewall again, if we use it for example here. Like here for example. That hurt, as you saw. That hurt. Now, what happens if we have Firewall, if we have Master Fire Magic, and we add this amazing ability Fire Knowledge level 2, so that not only will our inner fire be better, which I talked about before, but also Firewall additionally stops creatures and deals this much fire damage, like in this case 470 to 510 for 3 turns. And this is because we have 46 magic as well. Let's test this out and see what happens. Yeah, as you can see now, with 46 magic and Master Fire Magic, we can do like 1400 damage. So yeah, this is a little bit overkill, but I'll gladly take it. Let's try it out. Let's try it out. Oh, that hurt. That hurt. I will pretty much wipe most of these tubes just like that. And these guys are out of the picture, just like that. Not bad. And since they really like to stay in here, yeah, you saw. Oh, these guys jumped out. So yeah, but still, you saw yourself how powerful it is. It is that incredible. Let's use it again. If we use it, for example, here on these girls. Almost half of them got killed, just like that. These guys are wiped out, not bad. These guys are... Thank you for walking back. Thank you. And these girls are almost wiped out. You see yourself already how powerful this spell is. So yeah, you see yourself already. Why don't we use it a third time? Why not? Like this. So you will take the damage as well. 41 kills, perfect. And let the others, yeah. Oh, you see yourself. Firewall by itself can pretty much wreck almost entire armies, just like that. Now you see why I love this spell, and why I love using it this often. Well, a third of these guys, just like that, gone. So yeah, I don't think I need to explain anymore. So yeah, there is a pretty good reason why I have Fire Magic up here in the Champions tier as well. In my opinion, this is probably my favorite damage spell in the game. Probably my favorite. So I put this one even above Poison Cloud, both because it costs less mana to use, and the damage is almost as good, if not better even, than Poison Cloud in some ways. So, but still, if I do not have access to Firewall, then Poison Cloud is something I definitely want as well. But in most cases, if I can have a damage spell, if the main damage spell I use in almost all my playthroughs, if I can, is Firewall. This is basically my main damage fire spell in the game. I put it just below Storm Arrows as well, just because there are actually a couple of cases where Storm Arrows, if you have enough archers and you deal enough, and you have enough, and you make sure they have full range and increase their attack by an enormous amount, then this actually deals more damage than Firewall in some cases. So my ranged units can by themselves pretty much wipe out enemy creatures and deal even more damage than what Firewall could do. So that's why I'm having Firewall just below Storm Arrows and Inner Fire. But still, this belongs up here, no doubt about that. And yeah, why these two spells are just wow. And this is why I use Fire Magic mostly. Moving on now to the next spell here, which is Fireball. This thing, it basically works the same way as Firebolt here, but this thing is cast on a 3x3 area instead, and it deals more damage. I'll show you a little example of this one. Yeah, this is the one, Fireball. it deals this much fire damage since I have 4 magic. But yeah, it deals this much fire damage to all units in the target 3x3 area instantly. Let's go for it. If we attack, for example, yeah, let's go here, for example. This guy hurt? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Straight gate, an immediate attack, no extra things or so. Just like Firebolt, it deals fire damage immediately. Only this time it is a 3x3 area, and it's also more powerful since it's a higher tier spell. Now it usually doesn't deal this much damage. I deal this much damage now since I have, like I said, like 46 mana, 46 magic. I mean, usually it deals maybe 1,000 damage or so if you have like 10 magic or so. It's all no, not 1,000, maybe like 700 or 600 or something like that. It's somewhere like that. But still, it deals a lot of damage even then. And now, there is also a way to power up Fireball so that it deals even more damage for 3 turns. Let's try that out if you have Fire Knowledge level 3. Let's test this thing out. There we go. Here, if you have this unique ability of Fire Knowledge level 3, then not only will you deal fire damage in the 3x3 area immediately, but those who take this fire damage, they will also suffer this much fire damage over 3 turns. And this is because my hero has 9 magic instead of 46. So the damage is not as high as you see. But still, 400 damage immediately and also 100 to 140 damage over 3 turns. Let's try it out. If we go here, for example. And if I see correctly, they can almost be wiped out, just like that. Let's go for it. Alright. One got taken down and the other one got something called Burning. For 3 turns, 100 to 240 damage. This is what happens if you have Fire Knowledge level 3 as well. So they will take some damage during those turns. And now I don't usually use Fireball that often, since there are other spells I prefer to use more, and they cost less mana as well. Firewall is a great example of that. But there are of course cases where I could use Fireball just to make sure that I target in a different area, in a different angle, and I still want to deal a pretty good amount of damage. Then Fireball here would be pretty good to do that. So it is pretty good. It's not a bad spell. I'm probably gonna put this one at the bottom of B tier, since it is more powerful than the Firebolt. It deals more damage, and it does have a good burning effect afterwards. So yeah, at the bottom of B tier is where I'm gonna put this one. Next up here we have Frenzy. And oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What am I going to say about this one? Well, I'll tell you what it does to begin with. If you cast this, then whoever you chose, whether it be one of the enemy creatures, will attack whatever creature that is adjacent to it. It doesn't matter if it's a friendly or enemy foe. It will attack any creature that is right next to it. That's what it basically does. I'll show you I'll give you a little demonstration of what it looks like, and so you know what it does. This is a spell, Frenzy. Makes the target creature attack any random adjacent unit with this much attack. Right now it's a little bit overkill, 274 attack because I have 46 magic. But still, that doesn't matter because we basically can make this guy attack any one of the nearest creature, like this for example. We'll go for it, and this is gonna happen. Yeah, that's what happens. Why? Yeah, why? What have I to say about this one? I can tell you this much. Well, I can tell you about this here. This spell is horrible. It's just horrible. Yes, I can make him attack the nearest creature like this, and he hits them like this, sure. But there are so many downsides with this spell. One downside, as you notice here, no valid target. Why? Because they have to literally be next to each other in order to make this work, so that I can cast on them. That's one problem. The other problem is that even if I do cast it on them, I'll show you for example. Like I said, they have to be literally next to the enemy creature here in order to be cast. Like these guys. These guys are next to them, so it works. These guys are immune to it. That's fine. I can cast it on them. Fine. These guys, they are not standing next to anyone, so yeah, I cannot use it on anyone. And even if I do use it, like now, for example, I'm gonna use it now, for example, so you can attack like this. Sure. Wow, even just one attack, not bad. And yeah, something you notice here is that she still gets to make her turn. It doesn't cancel her turn. Her turn does not end, and it's like nothing has happened. There we go. Nothing has happened. Alright, Frenzy may not be that good at its base level, maybe. But what happens if we power it up? We'll see if there is a difference after we power it up. If we have this fire knowledge level 3, then the target creature of Frenzy now prefers to attack enemy creatures. Attack with plus 20 attack. Well, let's test it out and see if there's a difference here. Alright, let's try it out and see what happens. If we go to you, for example, what do you know? This guy is not standing next to anyone, and that's why I cannot use it. Exactly the same as before. We can use it on someone else. Let's see if this ends their turn if we do this. Imp-hostile, yeah. Yeah, looks like no difference. Yeah, there is no difference. Nothing happened. Exactly the same as even if you have this upgrade, there's no difference. The spell is still exactly the same. And yeah, that means there are a lot of downsides with this one, and I am extremely disappointed with this spell. Sure, it sounds useful and it may sound good theoretically on paper, but if you only play the Hero 7, then you might think it's a good spell and it looks good and useful and such. But why do I think it is so horrible, and why am I very disappointed with this spell? Because I can tell you this much, I am extremely disappointed with this one. And there is a good reason why. If you have played other games in the Heroes franchise, like Heroes 3 and Heroes 5, they have their own versions of Frenzy. I talked about these versions in my skill tier list, so I will spare most of the details. You can watch the other skill tier list, so you can see the details there. But basically, these other games, Heroes 3 and Heroes 5, have their own version of Frenzy. Heroes 3, for example, have the spell called Berserk, which allows the enemy creatures to move to the nearest creature that it can attack and just attack it that way. So so it doesn't have to be right next to it. It can, as long as it has the movement enough to reach the enemy, they can just walk to the enemy and just attack. And if you have expert fire magic there, the highest level of fire magic, then you can target multiple enemy units and not just one. So all of them can basically attack each other. And that spell is one of the best spells in that game, no doubt. And that's not all. In Heroes 5, there are two spells there that are pretty similar to this one, called Puppet Master and Frenzy. Puppet Master takes you control of any enemy that you choose, and that is yours to control as long as the Puppet Master is active. The initiative may be decreased there, but that doesn't really matter, because that guy is yours to control and you can do whatever you want with this creature. And the same thing with Frenzy in that spell. If you have expert, I think it was expert dark magic, then Frenzy, you can choose any creature that you want to target Frenzy in, and that guy will walk to the nearest creature and attack it. And not only that, Frenzy lasts for 2 turns even there. So not only does the enemy creature move to the nearest enemy unit, but they also attack there, and this thing lasts for 2 turns. And here's the best part. I forgot about to mention the best part of all these spells in the Heroes 3 and Heroes 5. Once they make their move and they attack there in these games, their turn ends. That's the best part. Once they attack after they are affected by Frenzy or Berserk or so, their turn is over and they will not move again in this combat round. they will only move again in the next combat round. So this means you have a chance to wither down and deal with these enemy forces before they can make a move again. So you basically shut their turn down with Frenzy or with Berserk or Puppet Master, basically. Especially Frenzy and Berserk. Their turn ends and you shut them down just like that with this. So I can already tell you that in these games, these spells are one of the best in the game. One of the best, no doubt. Whenever I play Heroes 3 and Heroes 5, I use these spells literally as much as I can, so I have a very good chance to win. Here, however, the Frenzy in this game, they pretty much destroyed this spell. Because not only do you have to be literally next to the enemy creatures in order to cast a spell, but it doesn't do anything afterwards. It doesn't cancel their turn afterwards, they don't end their turn after that. They still may get to make their move as if nothing has happened. So I am extremely disappointed for that reason. You can see the details in the heroes in my skill tier list, so you can see how these spells work in Heroes 3 and Heroes 5. But yeah, I've explained the short and not the reason why I have to put this one literally at the bottom. This thing is, I don't want to say that any spell is useless, because just as I said in all skills and abilities, all of them are useful in one way or another. But I have to say, unfortunately, that they have degraded this spell to such a level where it is basically useless. Even Earthquake, which is too unpredictable and too dangerous to use, in my opinion, is still a little bit more useful than Frenzy, because at the very least you damage the wall structures and such so that your melee troops can enter in, and with the upgrade you even deal double damage to the enemy creatures. So at the very least it is a little bit useful in that way. But Frenzy, you cannot do anything with this basically, so it's 100% not worth it. And that's sad, because usually this spell in the other games are incredible, pretty much one of the best spells in the game. So I am very disappointed with this one, sadly, but that's how it is. Next up here we have the two spells here that are at the highest tier of fire magic, the tier 4. The first one is called Armageddon. And yeah, just like Earthquake, this one is extremely unpredictable and chaotic. Even I say this one is probably even more chaotic than Earthquake. So I'll demonstrate a little example of this one, so you can see. This is the one, Armageddon. Deals this much fire damage, in this case 2000, almost like 2300 fire damage, to all units instantly. If you remember Earthquake, it deals all that damage to all units that are standing on the ground. Well, this thing does not discriminate. It targets literally every single creature on the field if I use this. Like now, for example, this is gonna hurt. Ouch. 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 You saw yourself. Everyone lost. Everyone got hurt here. Now, this may actually be a shocker, but there are some creatures. If I use this spell, I'm going to show a little shocker here. It will take some time. There we go. Did you notice something here? It is a bit of a shocker, but there are a couple of creatures that can actually take advantage of this. Oh, this is what it's supposed to look like. There we go. But yeah, as you saw, there are some creatures that can actually take advantage of this spell, and for a reason. These creatures are immune to fire, so they cannot get hurt by these kind of fire spells at all. Like the Ardent Dragon and also the Magma Elemental. Both of them are immune to fire. So some creatures can actually take advantage of Armageddon unexpectedly. So yeah, it's actually a little bit of a shocker, but even though this one is a bit too chaotic for me to use, there are actually a few cases where this could be useful and helpful in that way. Since Earthquake could do the same thing, because after all, flying units are not affected, and there are also a few creatures that are immune to earth magic, like the Troglodytes from the Dungeon faction and the the green dragons and the emerald dragons as well, and earth elementals. But I don't think there are as many creatures that are immune to fire compared to Armageddon, or immune to earth magic in this case. I don't think there are that many creatures that are immune to earth magic. I think there are more creatures that are immune to fire magic than there are creatures that are immune to earth. So, and some of these creatures are some ones I do use sometimes as such. It is still way too unpredictable, of course, for me to use. But because it does have a few more usages in that way, in my opinion, I'm actually not going to put this one in Not Worth It. I will put it at the bottom of D tier, since I usually, in most cases, I use pretty much every other spell that I can use to damage. But if I do need to use this particular spell, and I have a few fire creatures that are immune to fire, then this is a viable option, because then I can make sure my creatures survive and everyone else, all the other enemy troops, will take damage. So it is, in that way, it can be viable, in that way. We finally have the final spell of fire magic, which is called Fire Sentry. I am going to show you what this thing does, so you can see. This is the one, Fire Sentry. Summons a 1x1 Fire Sentry with 800 health on target empty tile. It lasts until the end of the next 2 combat rounds or until destroyed. The Fire Sentry shoots at 2 random of the closest enemy creatures at the end of each combat round, and at the first enemy creature that performed a ranged attack during a combat round. Each shot deals like 1,000 fire damage. Let's try this thing out and see if it can help. I'll put it like here, for example. So let's try this out and see what happens. I'm gonna just wait and let the enemy creature do its work. Oh, did you see him? This is he shot first, and that's why he took the hit first. And then, not only that. Oh, did you see him? 2 of them took a hit like that. This thing can actually be pretty powerful if you use it in the right way. If I want to, for example, make sure that the 2 enemy creatures here take damage and not just the archers, or if I have the archers here that I want to deal with, I can put the Fire Sentry so that they are the closest, so that these ones are as close as possible, like that, for example. And yeah, just let this thing do its job by itself, basically. You saw yourself, that must have hurt a lot. So I'll just let it do its work again. If you shoot, be careful, because you saw yourself. And once its turn ends, that's it. These guys deal damage, and that's it. So yeah, this thing can deal a lot of damage here. Will you work the 3rd time? Oh yeah, you did. So yeah, you saw it. Even with just like I think the other hero that damage had like 16 magic. So it is perhaps not as easy as to get compared to just 10 magic, but it's still durable, and 1,000 damage already is very good there by itself. So this thing can be a powerhouse and can be very powerful indeed. I haven't used this spell in that many cases, but this is something I would like to see, so I have an option if I do need to use it. I perhaps prefer, you know what, I'm actually gonna put this one even above here. It's like here perhaps. Yeah, I think I put this like here, since it does deal more damage than the others. And it is pretty versatile and pretty powerful in that way, so I'm gonna put this one in A tier, this one. Now we are going to come to all the spells in light magic instead. These are all the spells in light magic. We can start with the first one called Elrath's Conviction. I'll show you what this thing does just in short, so you see. This is the one, Elrath's Conviction. If you have Master Light Magic, then increases the hero's defense by 7 and leadership by 25 for the next combat. So yeah, if you cast this thing, like now for example, that's what it looks like. Then next time you attack any one of these creatures, you have extra defense and leadership. Straight out of the gate. This one is probably the shortest spell that I'm explaining, because it is pretty straightforward, it's pretty simple, you don't need that many examples of showing this one. If you cast this before the before the combat begins, you have extra defense and leadership to help you with. So, and not as impactful, I say, as many of the others. Wait, not you, there you are. Yeah, not as impactful as many of the others, but still it's useful. It can be useful in some ways, so I'll put it in the middle of detail, this one. It does help. It helps in some ways. Next up here we have the spell called Heal. And this is a very easy choice to make, I have to say here. This is actually going to be even a shocker, because this one is actually, and a pretty shocker here, I'm gonna put this one at the top of champions here. This one is literally, if not the best spell in the game, one of the best spells, probably actually the best spell in the game, actually. And I'm going to explain and show you why. I actually prefer this one even more than Inner Fire, and you know how much I love Inner Fire. Why do I think this one is that good? Let me show you why. I'll start with the base. With Heal, if we have the spell like here for example, we can choose, right now I have the upgrade, so that means I can target the same spell but in a 4x4 area. I'll show you also what it looks like without this power up, but I'm gonna show you at its maximum power. I can choose multiple units that I want to heal and resurrect with this, like this. There we go, 3 of these guys will heal in that way. And all of them are back to life, if needed. Now, as powerful as it seems, it might look like these other spells are more effective, you could say, than this. So why am I putting this one above all the others? Well, there's a good reason why, a very good reason why, I might add. If we go back to the skill tier list that I talked about earlier, I'm going to show you just a bit quick. Here's the skill tier list that I talked about earlier. The combination I have here at the top, as you see, are Perfect Warfare, Sisters of Mercy, and Artillery. These things together make sure that your healing sister can heal twice and, by herself, resurrect fallen troops. She unfortunately cannot resurrect any stack that completely died, that's a downside with her. But the spell Heal fixes that problem. I'll show you a little example. Let us say I accidentally lose one of my own creatures, like I mentioned before. I'll just do this on purpose, just so I lose these guys. There we go, they are completely gone and extinguished in that way. That's of course too bad. Can Heal solve this problem? We'll see. As you can see, the healing sister cannot resurrect those who already are dead completely, so that's a downside with the healing sister. But if we activate Heal and do this, what do you know? It looks like I can bring them back. Yes, indeed, I can. And if we bring them back like this, the healing sister herself can heal and resurrect those that have fallen and those who remain. So I can get them back in that way. Let's just do this a few more turns and see, so you can see that I can just continue like this until my cavaliers are back up to full strength. And should I lose someone? No problem. I can just heal those who I need, like this. And I just heal back my cavaliers again. You get the picture. I can just continue like this until my creatures come back to life again. And they are about to get back to full strength actually now. I think, yeah, like this. And now they should be back at full strength. There we go, back up to full strength, just like that. That's one incredible advantage that Heal gives you, so that you can combo this together with the healing sister when she is at her maximum power. This combination is excellent. You don't have to use that much mana in order to cast this spell. The healing sister doesn't require any mana to be used, and you can use her as many times as you want. And yeah, this combination basically ensures that you can make sure every single one of your troops will survive, and you do not suffer even a single loss with this combination. This is the main reason why I think this one has to go up at the top of my tier list. Because the healing sister does basically all the job by herself. And should I lose someone completely, heal solves this problem and brings them back to life again. I actually don't need the other spell called Resurrection, which I will talk about later, in order to get this. Heal can do this job, and then my Warfare healing system can take care of the rest. There's a reason why I put Regeneration, for example, much lower here, because it basically does the same thing as heal, but it cannot resurrect anyone. And it also takes a longer time for it to have an effect. It lasts for 3 turns, but the Regeneration and healing is less than that of heal. And I can tell you already, this one is it must be, in my opinion, at the top. The only, of course, one important thing is that you must use this spell at its. You must have a light magic at the very least at novice rank in order to take benefit of this. Because if you do not have light magic at all, you will not be able to have this effect of this. I'll demonstrate a little quick example of that. If we have this spell, for example, where this guy is going to take down one of my troops, there we go, we lost him. And remember, we do not have light magic. Let's try out heal here, if we can do something and bring this guy back. Technically we could. I think we can. So we can still do it. At the very least it looks like that. So let's give it a shot. So let's give it a shot and shoot this guy and do this. And yeah, I'll check you at the end of the battle if we survive, if we save him. Alright, we'll also cover these guys, that's okay. Let's see if we can keep these two here after this fight here. We'll see, and alright, the guy we healed, will we save him? Yeah, actually it does seem we saved him, yeah. So it seems that even without the light magic, you can still save one of your stacks. And it's not as effective, like really, but technically you could still save the stack that you lost, and then your warfare could take care of the rest. So yeah, if the way I see it, even without light magic, you can still resurrect any of the stack that you lost, and then after that, the war machine can take care of the rest and heal those creatures up back to full strength. So if I understand correctly, perhaps you don't need light magic for that. It is recommended to have light magic in order to make it even more powerful, and so that you also can target multiple creatures and not just one. But even at its base level, you can still use this and combine it together with war machines, which I added before is a wonderful combination. So yeah, even more reason why this one should be at the top tier, at the top in my tier list, like I said before. Next up here we have Sunbeam, and this spell is pretty much basically the same as Firebolt. It deals light damage to whoever you choose instantly. So it is pretty straightforward, simple. It deals a good damage at the beginning of the game. I'll demonstrate a little quick example of this one so you can see. This is the one, Sunbeam. At the beginning, usually it deals 70 to 130 light damage to the target enemy unit instantly. It is basically the same as the Firebolt. So we can choose where we want to hit, like this, and that's what it looks like. Now, if you have the ability Light Knowledge level 1, which I might add, it makes your spell heal even better, since now it can cast on a target 4x4 area. That's the reason why you can hit multiple creatures. But if you have this, then Sunbeam additionally decreases hit creatures' attack and defense by this much, 23 in this case, for 3 turns. Because you have a lot of magic in your hero. So yeah, Sunbeam can help in that way as well. Let's try it out. Let's try this thing out now. As you can see, now it deals, because I have 46 magic, it deals this much light damage and decreases its attack by this much. Let's try it out. If we go, for example, on these vampires. Did you see something here? Bedazzled. Minus 27 attack, minus 27 defense. 0 attack, minus 13 defense. That's a little bit overkill, but not bad, not bad. Now you usually don't get to that level of attack and defense reduction, since 46 magic is a little bit high to have. And there aren't that many cases you reach that level of magic. More realistically, you have like 20 magic or 15 magic or so. But even at that level, this spell can still help and deal some pretty good damage. So I actually don't mind this spell. I'm not sure if I prefer this one more than Firebolt actually. They're both pretty basic actually normally. Yeah, with the power up they become better, both of them, but still not good enough, I say, perhaps to be higher. I'll prefer this a little bit more than Firebolt, a little bit more, since making their attack and defense reduce is, in my opinion, somehow a bit better. Just a bit better. But yeah, at the top of the tier for both of them. They can be good. Next up here we have Celestial Armor. This thing creates a special shield around your creature, whoever you chooses, so that they will take more damage and they will not lose their health. The shield will take damage first instead. Let's try this out and see what happens, how it works. This is the one, and this is without light magic. Celestial Armor absorbs up to 36 damage from the target defending creature for 3 turns. Let's try it out. If we go with the Emerald Dragon here, for example. There we go, Emerald Dragon, and now the dragon have this one. Absorbs up to 36 damage. It's not much, that's pretty much the basic level that it absorbs. We'll try it out and see what happens. And let these enemy creatures attack us. And see what happens. You saw it yourself, it took some damage there. And now there is actually a way to power up the Celestial Armor so that it will now, if you have Light Knowledge level 2, then Celestial Armor is now cast on creatures in target 3x3 area. So you will not only protect just one creature, but you can protect multiple creatures with this spell. Let's try it out and see what happens. Now, what happens if we have this thing powered up with the Light Knowledge level 2, as well as Master level of Light Magic and also 46 Magic. Then we can now absorb up to 810 damage from all friendly creatures in target 3x3 area for 3 turns. Let's try this out. If we go, for example, on these two. Now my angels and my cavaliers have this. As you can see, yeah, Celestial Armor absorbs up to 810 damage. Lasts for 3 turns or until all damage was absorbed. Let's try it out. If we go like this, for example, let these angels take care of this. How much damage can you deal? 176, not even near enough to make any real impact. Then we can just do this and, oh, this is gonna hurt. And yeah, we can basically do the same with all the other troops here. You will get slaughtered here. If I attack you, for example, or not, you're gonna be incapacitated as well. Maybe you can survive. Yeah, as you see, immune. He cannot take any damage. And not only that, we can cast it again on our other creatures here, so that they will also be protected. Perfect. Now they are all protected as well. And it's gonna take a lot for them to get to my armor here now. Same for these guys. As you see, immune. Thanks to my shield. So yeah, that's what it looks like. So yeah, this one can be a great protector, and even if it doesn't protect at such level as 800 damage, which I was able to do here, it usually realistically protects like 300, 200, 300, maximum 400 damage at normally. And even then, it can protect, and it does good. It's doing a pretty good job at protecting your creatures, especially when you have the 3x3 area protection. So I'm gonna put this one pretty good up in my tier list, actually. I'm not gonna put it as high as Shadow Image, I say, since Shadow Image I think is more useful. But I'm gonna put this one pretty good, high up in B tier, I say. So yeah, I'll put it there. Next up here we have Cleansing Light. Just like Purge, this is actually the opposite of Purge. If you remember Purge from Dark Magic, it removes all positive effects from enemy creatures. Cleansing Light is the opposite. It removes negative magical effects from your creatures instead. So these two are the opposites in that way. It is pretty difficult to have this in your creature. Perhaps I can show just a little bit quick example of this one in best case. Here, for example, if we are facing an enemy that can have a negative effect on one of our creatures, like here, you saw yourself rooting. Let's see what this thing does. -3 movement. Let's see if we can fix that with cleansing. If we go to here, removes the negative magical effects. Let's try this one out and see if there's a difference. That's what it looks like. Okay, since it's not magical effects, then this thing is still here, unfortunately. If we were to face, for example, against these creatures here, Simurg, for example, let's try it out and see what happens if they attack us. And yeah, this is gonna hurt, yeah, but that's okay. Let's see here. Oh, this is gonna hurt, yeah. You survive, and deep freeze, that's a good example. And also burning. Oh, okay, 2 different magic spells. Now we have both burning and deep freeze. Let's see if we use cleansing here. The cleansing light. Let's try it out. And there we go, and would you look at that? Both of them are gone. So that's good to know. It does help in that way. So it is still a bit too situational to use, and it's not something I usually use that often, really. And there is actually one creature in the Haven faction that has its own unique ability that removes a negative effect every turn. So it's doing this. It's doing what this thing does for free, basically. But if I do not have this creature and I really need to remove these negative effects, then this helps. And I do think that this one is more useful than the other one, Purge. So I'm gonna put this one just a bit above Purge, but still it's not something I really choose. I don't really think that much about this one. But not worth it for these, unfortunately. The next spell here we have Retribution. What this thing does is, I'll have to show you in detail. This is the one, Retribution. Deals 25 to 45 light damage to each creature attacking the target friendly creature. Lasts for 3 turns. So yeah, if you do not have light magic and you want to protect and you basically want the enemy creatures to get punished for attacking you, then this thing will help. And it doesn't matter if it's range units or melee units, they all take damage. Let's try it out. If we have this on our Emerald Dragons, for example, and this guy is pretty much alone against all these guys. So let's see how he fares. There we go. So for some reason I don't think anything happened here, if I saw correctly. There we go. They took a little damage because of that. And same thing here. And this is gonna hurt. Yeah, that hurt as well. But yeah, you saw yourself the idea. And now, what happens if we have Master Light Magic, so that Retribution becomes more powerful, and Retribution is now cast on creatures in target 4x4 area, thanks to Light Knowledge level 3. Let's add these things together and see what Retribution can do now. Here, let's say I have these 3 creatures, for example. Let's see what happens if we cast Retribution now. If we go here and go to Retribution, now we can cast on all friendly creatures in a target 4x4 area. And the enemy, whoever attacks them will take this much light damage, since we have master level at light and also 46 magic. So let's do it. 4x4 area, and there we go. All 3 of them have Retribution now. Let's see what happens, what the difference looks like now. Let the angels go for here and let them take care of everything. Oh, that hurt, but that's okay. Because, yeah, you saw yourself. Wiped out just like that. These guys wiped out just like that. Oh, you survived for some reason. Weren't you supposed to have a Retribution? Yeah. Oh, maybe because he has the ability to sweep, so that he attacks multiple creatures and not just one. So maybe that's why, yeah. As you see, everyone else got hit. So yeah, that's pretty good to know. Face of Fear, oh, of course, Face of Fear. But that's okay, because that must have hurt. Oh yeah, these guys are immune. Yeah, as you see, these guys are immune, because they are immune to magic. But yeah, you saw the idea. Everyone else got killed, just like that. So yeah, you saw yourself. This thing can be a powerhouse, and can be very dangerous. There are actually a couple of cases where I do use the spell, so that the enemy creatures will have a lot of trouble of dealing with my creatures. So because of its very good potential, and because it is very powerful and it does help in pretty many ways, I'm gonna put this one in A tier as well. I'll probably put this one perhaps at the. I'll put this one probably above these other two here, and below Fire Sentry, since I do. Do I think it is more powerful than Fire Sentry? No, it stays here, a little bit lower A tier, below these others, and yeah, I'll have it there. Next up we have Sunburst. It's almost the same as Sunbeam, however there's a little difference with this thing. I'll show you the difference here. This is the one, Sunburst. Deals this much light damage to enemy units hit by one of 8 rays emerging from the target spot into 8 directions. That's what it normally does. We'll try this thing out and see. Also, since I have this unique ability of Light Knowledge level 3, I'll show you this one here. Then, Sunburst additionally decreases hit creatures' attack and defense by 23 for 3 turns. What happens if we combine these two together? Let's find out. Now, let's test this thing out and see how it works. If we go for here, for example, like this looks like a very good example. Actually, we probably could take down a lot of creatures here. The Black Dragon will not be affected, since they are immune to magic. But the other ones seems like they could be affected. Let's see here. Yeah, let's try it from here. Let's see what happens. Oh, that hurt. That must have hurt. And one of them survived even. You survived. Bedazzled, just like Sunbeam. Minus 27 attack and minus 27 defense. So yeah, these guys have been greatly reduced in their attack and defense, as you see. Not bad, not bad. This one is great at targeting multiple enemy units and making sure many of them lose their attack and defense at the same time. So it is basically the same as Sunbeam, but more effective, since you can target multiple enemy units and not just one. It's not as I don't think it is as powerful as many of the other spells, but it can be pretty good and it can be pretty useful. So it is more useful than Fireball in my opinion. So I am gonna put this one in B tier, low B tier I say, with this one. It is pretty powerful and it can be good. Many other spells are more powerful, in my opinion. So yeah, I'll put this one here. We are now coming to the 2 spells that are of tier 4, the highest tiers in light magic. We can start with Resurrection, and oh yeah, Resurrection is something you definitely want if you can get it. In most cases when I play my rounds, Resurrection is something I definitely want if I can get it. I can tell you this much, it works basically the same way as Heal does. It resurrects and it heals and resurrects whoever you chooses. And if anyone was killed, they will be brought back to life with this. So there's no even question about it. It's exactly the same as Heal, but even more powerful. However, there is something interesting about this. I'm going to show you about it. First of all, I'm gonna show where I'm gonna put it, of course. And there's not even a doubt about it. Champion tier, there's no doubt about it. However, I'm going to put this one above Poison Cloud and the others, but below Firewall and these other ones as well. And there's a reason for that. Let me show you the difference between this and the Heal to begin with. If we go in this battle here, for example, I lost one Cavalier in this case. Let's bring him back. I could choose one of two spells here. I could either heal for the 8 mana and bring them back like this, and also multiple creatures here. As you see, I can heal all these guys if I need to. In this case, I just need to heal the Kurais here. So heal is one alternative. The other alternative is Resurrection, if we go to it. That's the one, Resurrection. Here's an important difference. Heal, it resurrects 570 health, it is a sizable amount of good. Resurrection, however, heals and resurrects 2,820 health of the target friendly creature instantly. So yeah, this one is a lot more powerful, as you can see. And not only that, the target creature heals and resurrects 120 health of all adjacent friendly creatures for 3 turns as well. So not only will you resurrect the one you choose, but those around will also be healed with 120 health in this case. So it will be like regeneration as long as this guy is standing next to other creatures. Let's try it out. Let's use it on you, for example, so that you will be back to life. There we go. And you saw something special here, something Elrath's touch. Here, Elrath's touch. Heals and resurrects 120 health of all adjacent friendly creatures at the start of its turn. Let's see what it looks like. If we do this, and there we go. These two got healed as well. And you also got healed. Not bad, not bad. So that's also an important difference. And we can also do the same here, for example, if we need to resurrect, for example, if we need to resurrect one of these guys. We don't need to do that right now. I'll just to pretend that he needs. There we go. That's what it looks like to resurrect him. And those who are around, they get healed as well for that. So that's what it looks like. Now, here's a good question here. Why do I prefer heal more than resurrection? Well, there are two main reasons why. While you can resurrect those around you after you resurrected your creature, yes. However, those around, if I remember correctly, you know what, I gotta check this one just in case. Just let me come back in a second. As you can see, I lost one of my cavaliers, unfortunately, for some reason. Let's use resurrection on one of my other creatures so that they will be brought back to life. Like, for example, these guys, for example. And I'm just gonna wait, defend until my next turn. Yeah, that hurts, I know, that's okay. Let's see here. Alright, as you saw, he got healed and these others got healed as well. These guys, however, did not. You have to choose resurrection on them personally in order for them to come back to life. Like this, for example. I'll just do it now. Yeah, and there we go. Yeah, as you can see, if I do this, they'll be back to life. But I can also use heal, as you can see, and also heal all these other creatures. And at the same time, I make sure that my cuirassiers come back to life as well by doing this. Now, of course, this is about resurrection, so I'll just use it, and I'm gonna bring them back to life like this. And this is why, of course, it belongs in the champion tier. But, like I said, even if you do target one of the other creatures, and they heal all the adjacent creatures around it, those who already are dead will not be resurrected because of that, So that's a downside. If you use heal, like I mentioned before, then all creatures around it will get healed. Even if it's not as much health, they still get resurrected in that way. And it costs less mana, you heal multiple units, and your warfare unit, like the healing sister, can take care of the rest. And you do it for less mana than resurrection. I'll demonstrate a little example of the mana cost between the two. I'll just show you here. This is gonna hurt, that's okay. There we go. Yeah, this is what it looks like when everyone gets healed because of resurrection, and that's good, of course. But if we look at the mana cost, heal only costs 8 mana. Resurrection costs 18, and that's at the lowest. So it costs, even if the difference is not that high, I still prefer heal in that way, because it costs much less mana, and you can basically get the same effect even if it takes a few more turns. But you can still get the same effect for less mana. and you don't need to use more of your mana in that way. So there are a couple of reasons why I prefer heal more than resurrection. There are of course a few situations where I need to bring back as many troops as possible and quickly, and for single targets even, and there resurrection is no doubt about it better. But otherwise, in most cases where I want to save as much mana as possible, and I want to make my warfare units, the Healing Sisters, take care of the job for most of the time, then heal is more than enough, and no doubt about it, it's up here for that reason. But still, yeah, both these spells are up here, no doubt about that. We finally have the final spell of light magic, called Martyr. I'm going to show you what this thing does so you can see. This is the one, Martyr. If you have a light magic at master level, which I do now, then, I'll read it here, target friendly creature becomes the Martyr. Whenever any other friendly creature receives damage, 100% of that damage is redirected to the Martyr. All other creatures have plus 10 morale. Lasts for 3 combat rounds or until the Martyr dies. Let's try it out and see. If I choose you, for example, my angels, there we go, he becomes the Martyr. This means the angels take now 100% of the damage any other friendly creature would get. So yeah, from this moment on, all my other creatures will be safe basically. And not only that, they also have 10 plus morale thanks to this. Let's try it out and see what happens. If I let the enemy attack here, for example, I think perhaps these guys here are going to attack me. Yeah, let's try it out and see. Did you see? Immune. Not bad, not bad. Let's try it. I'm just gonna mass defend and let the enemy attack here. Immune, not bad, not bad. The angels took damage instead because of that. So yeah, not bad. And same thing here maybe. Oh yeah, same thing here. So yeah. If you want to protect the majority of your army so that only one of your creatures will be in danger, then you want this spell. And I can already tell you, this is also another one of the strategy that I usually use to make sure that all my creatures survive. Since I have one creature that can tank better than all the other creatures, the champion creatures can tank better than everyone else basically. And you also have means and ways to make sure that your champion creature will be healed up and survive easily at that. So this combination together is incredible. I can tell you already. Oh, amazing and incredible. If you can do this in the right way, you can basically make sure that none of your creatures will take damage, and the one that do take damage, you can heal and make sure he doesn't lose too much health. And it's not difficult to do that. So this one also has to go very high up in my list. I'm gonna put this one up here even. I'll put this one just below Poison Cloud, I say, since I do think Poison Cloud is more powerful, a little bit more damaging and powerful in that way. But Martyr is no doubt, it might be a little bit lower champion tier since I prefer these other spells more. But still, champion tier is no doubt about that for me as well. This is very high up and incredible as well. Now we are coming to all the prime spells of the game, and the prime spells are the most amount of spells that exist in the game. There are more prime spells than in any other magic school. I think I see correctly. There are 10 magic spells here. So yeah, there are more prime spells than any other magic school here. We'll start with the first one called Instant Recall. And this one is pretty interesting since you cannot get this spell in a magic guild. The only way you can get this spell is if you build a town portal in your town. I'll show you what it looks like. This is what it looks like. A town portal provides the spell Instant Recall to all heroes visiting this town. Enables heroes with this spell to return to this town if it is the nearest town available. So yeah, this is the one spell that is different from all the other spells because you must have a town portal in order to get this spell, and every faction, every town has their own form of town portal. This is the Haven version in this case. But all other factions have their own town portal as well. So it doesn't matter which faction you have, you can have a town portal here. This is the one, Instant Recall. Teleports the hero and his army to the nearest friendly town with a town portal, instantly. This spell is a part of Prime Magic as well, so you can actually increase this to its maximum level. This is what it looks like if it's at its base level without Prime Magic. If we add Prime Magic, we have the other hero here who has Prime Magic at Master level. Let's see what she looks like. From the way I see it, it's the same. It doesn't matter really what. It doesn't really matter if you have Prime Magic or not. The spell is the same, no matter what. I'll just cast it here so it looks like this. Use Instant Recall to teleport to Cradle? Yes or no? Yeah, I can choose if I want to. I'll choose no in this case. Instead, I want to go with my other hero there. And just teleport like this. Instant Recall. And yeah, there we go. And now he's back here. That's how it basically works. So yeah, another adventure spell we have here. And a little bit different from the other ones. There's another game called Heroes 3 where you have Town Portal as well, and that Town Portal is incredible because you can literally teleport to any town you want if you have Expert Earth Magic, and you can choose yourself which town you want to go to. They unfortunately didn't make this spell as effective in both Heroes 5 and also in this game, since you can only teleport to the nearest town in both these games. But nevertheless, coming to the town that you have is always a good idea in many cases. So I can tell you that even if it has been reduced to its lower, weaker level, I'm still gonna rank this one pretty good up in my tier. I'm actually gonna put this one. No, not you. Where would I put you here? Somewhere in the middle of here, I think it was. Somewhere here. You are there. You are gonna be up here. A tier, bottom of A tier is where I'm gonna put this one, because it helps a lot. It does help in many ways. Even if it's in a weaker state than the Hero 3, for example, it's still very useful. So yeah. Next up here we have another adventure spell for Prime Magic, and this one is called Instant Reinforcements. I'll show you what this thing does in detail. This is the one, Instant Reinforcements. Sorry. This is the one, Instant Reinforcements. Teleports selected creatures from the nearest friendly town with a town portal to the hero instantly. The mana cost is based on the number of creatures to be teleported. Does not work between surface and underground. Let's try this out. If we use this is what it looks like, and this is without Prime Magic. These are the number of creatures that I can bring to my hero if needed. And for some reason, some elite creatures cost more mana than the numbers they have. Probably because I do not have Prime Magic in my hero. Maybe that's why it costs more mana than usual. Let's try out on the other hero here, the hero Ylath. Let's see if she has the same spell. Yeah, she has. Let's see what happens here. And she has Master Prime Magic, so good to know. And yeah, here it looks like the mana cost is much less. It is basically the same as the numbers here. I'll go and you take as much mana as possible, like this. Yeah, that's the mana she can have. I can also take a little bit of these and these, and you guys as well. There we go. That's the mana you can have, and there we go. And now she has all the troops here. And now you do need a lot of magic, mana, or spirit in this case. Yeah, a lot of mana in order to cast this spell efficiently, and so that you can bring all the creatures with you. And you also want to have Prime Magics at master level, so that the mana cost will be less than usual. But still, having this opportunity where you can get the creatures from your nearest town when you need to, it's always a good idea. It's not bad. So although I may not prefer this that often or so, but it's still pretty good. oh no, it's not that good. I'm gonna put it in A tier. No, I'm gonna put this one at the bottom of B tier. It is pretty good. It does help in that way. So yeah, it works there. Next up here we have a spell called Fortune. This thing increases the luck of whoever creature that you choose. So yeah, if you increase the luck, then they can deal more lucky damage in that way. I'll just demonstrate a quick example of this one so you can see what it looks like. This is the one, Fortune. Increases the luck of the target friendly creature by this amount for 3 turns. Normally, when you begin the game and you have the spell, it usually increases by maybe 10 or 15 or so. That's the normal amount it increases. So yeah, let's try this one out and see what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Let's see if we can get some lucky damage here. Will you be lucky? Not really, unfortunately, but that's okay. Now, let's see what happens if we use this, and it's upgraded, as you can see, in a 4x4 area in this way. Let's try it out. See if our boy here can be a little bit lucky. We'll see if this works. Let's try it out. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh, that hurt. And that hurt as well. Not bad, not bad. This is all thanks to this ability in Prime Magic called Prime Knowledge Level 1. So that Fortune and also Time Control, which I will talk about later, both of them will be cast in a 4x4 area, so that multiple creatures can get more lucky in this case. I'll try to increase the luck here even more. See what happens. Yeah, he's gonna hit her first. That's gonna hurt, but that's okay. Because, whoop, perfect. So this thing can make some difference in some factions. I can tell you that the Dungeon faction, the Necropolis faction, and especially the Sylvan faction really benefits from this. So there are some usages where you can have this and it can help in this way. Now I don't always cast this spell that often, even in these factions, since there are other spells that are, in my opinion, more impactful than this. But still, this one is not half bad. It can be pretty good in some ways. I'm actually got this one, put this one a little bit higher up in my C tier. Perhaps you know what? I'm probably even gonna put this one at the top of C tier even, since it does have its usages in a couple of factions. So yeah, at the top of C tier is where I'm gonna put this one. Next up here is a spell that I talked about earlier together with Fortune. And this spell is called Time Control. This thing increases or decreases the initiative of the friendly creature or the enemy creature. If you target this in your friendly creature, then its initiative will be increased. If you target this in the enemy creature instead, then the initiative will be decreased instead. And as I mentioned before in one of my other spells, in the fire, if I remember correctly, and also in my lightning bolt, I think it was, yeah, lightning bolt as well, and lightning burst, they were the ones that affect initiative in enemy heroes, in enemy creatures. And yeah, like I said there, initiative determines which creature that goes first. The higher the initiative is, the more likely it is that creature will go first. So if you have initiative at 1, which these spells can give, then you basically go last. If your initiative can become as high as like 50 or more, then you have a very good chance to go first with the creature. So, yeah, it's a pretty straightforward spell. I already showed a little bit what initiative does in my another spell ranking here. So I'm just gonna rank this one pretty quickly. And it is not as impactful, I say, as most of the other spells here, but it is pretty useful. It can be good in some contexts. So I'll put this one probably in the middle of D tier. I'll put this one. It's perhaps a little bit more useful than the others here, but many other spells I think are more useful. So yeah, middle D tier. Next up here, what was this one called again? Now I remember where it was. This one is called Dispel Magic. This is the next spell, yeah, Dispel Magic. And this spell is basically what the Cleansing Light and Purge does. It removes. The difference here is that this thing is completely neutral. It removes all spells from all creatures, whether it's friendly or enemy creatures. So this thing just removes spells and effects from creatures. Completely random and completely neutral as that as well. And you can also power it up if you have Prime Knowledge level 2. Then it will be cast on a 3x3 area as well. So you can make this one more effective in that way. I can tell you this much, that just like the other spells that removes effects in one way or another, I don't really use this one as well. I could use it if needed in my creatures if I need to remove something, but I don't really use this otherwise. I think it's a bit more useful than Purge, since it does remove negative effects from my own creatures if I have some that I don't want. So yeah, it is that way specifically a little bit more useful. But otherwise, all three of them is just gonna be not worth it, in my opinion. Next up here we have Teleport. And this is also a pretty easy choice for me to make. I think if you saw my tier list of all skills and abilities, there is one ability that I put very high up in my tier lists, which was Prime Knowledge level 2. The same ability that powers up my this Dispel, Dispel magic spell. It also powers up with the Teleport, and I'll show you how. But yeah, since I already told you where I'm gonna put this one, almost, let's put it up here already. Up here, I tell you, champion tier. I'm actually probably even gonna put it even a little bit higher than some of the others. Yeah, somewhere here, probably. Above Resurrection even. Unexpectedly above Resurrection. But there's a reason why. There are two factions that really, really benefits from this spell. And those two factions are Necropolis and Dungeon faction. I'll demonstrate a little example of both of them here. This is the one, Teleport. It teleports the target friendly creature to a free position within a distance of 100 instantly. Normally, if you use Teleport and you do not have Prime Magic, you can only use this one and teleport your creatures to like 3 tiles away from where the starting position is. It is not that good at it without Prime Magic. You must have Prime Magic in order to make it one really good. Because now, if you have massive Prime Magic, you can basically use this and teleport anyone you want, anywhere you want. Just like that. I'll put my Dark Hydras, for example, here. There we go. Teleport just like that. And it's because of some abilities that I talked about in my skill tier list, I can use Teleport again if I want to, and just do something like this. There we go. And yeah, if I want to, I can just attack like this. Okay, this is probably not a good move, but that's okay. Ouch. Oh, I can even... Oh, actually, because you also teleported, I can just walk through like this, and there we go. And not bad. Not bad, eh? Thanks to Teleport. Also, if you have this special ability from Prime Magic called Prime Knowledge level 2, then if you do use this spell, then whoever creature that you choose will increase its initiative by 50 for 2 turns. And yeah, having 50 extra initiative means that whoever you choose will basically go first. Like this, for example, I'll go teleport with this guy, and would you look at that? This guy goes first because the initiative is now 86, that's a little bit high. But yeah, that's what it looks like, and this is gonna hurt. Yeah, 50,000. Remember that you want to have your Prime Magic at Master level, like I have now, and you also want Prime Knowledge level 2. Because this is what gives the teleport this ability where your creature will have 50 plus initiative as well. Combine these two together and your spell teleport will be deadly, really deadly. Remember that you want the Prime Magic skill to be at Master level. If you have Novice level or if you do not have Prime Magic at all, then the teleport it won't be as impactful as you see. It will still work a little bit, but it's not as impactful as it should be. I can maximum teleport him here, for example. So you want Prime Magic to be at Master level if you want to use it at its best. But yeah, despite its limitations and despite the requirement of having Master Prime Magic and also the recommendation of having Prime Knowledge level 2, even with all these things, you still want this spell. Because when you have these things and you can cast on your creatures, you become extremely deadly. Especially with Dungeon and Necropolis. These two factions love this spell. So yeah, this one has to be at the champion tier for that. Next up here we have Implosion. And yeah, I think most Heroes gamers are probably familiar with this spell. This is the spell that deals the most amount of damage in the game to a single target. And there's no difference in this game as well. This thing can deal a tons of amount of damage. I'll demonstrate a little example of that. One interesting fact about Implosion is that compared to the other games like Heroes 3 and Heroes 5, where you deal a specific number of damage on the enemy, and the damage and the number is very high in both these games. But in this game, the damage is instead percentage based. In this case, if you only have Novice Prime Magic, or Basic Prime Magic in other words, and you only have 3 in Magic as well, then this thing deals 5.75% of the target's creature's total health as prime damage, and pulls all creatures within 3 tiles around the target toward it instantly. So yeah, if you cast this thing now, it won't deal that much damage. 5% of the creature's total health, that's not much. But what happens if we power this thing up? If we have a Master Prime Magic, for example, and we also have a little more mana and magic. Let's see what happens. Here, instead of 5.75%, which is pretty low, now if you have a Master Prime Magic, and you have at the very least 23 magic in your hero, I'll show you here just a quick example. Yeah, 23 magic, as you can see. Then, now it deals 51% of the target's creature's total health instead. So yeah, you have a pretty good chance to take down half of the enemy stack, just like that. Let's put this into practice and see what happens. Oh, and not only that. What happens if we also have this one, Prime Knowledge level 3? Then, Implosion repeats itself on the same target at the start of the next combat round, as if it casts on Expert on rank. Let's try that out as well, and see what happens. Alright, let's try this thing out and see if there's a difference. If there are 53 enemy creatures, we can take down 29 of them just like that. Let's see. Oh, that hurt. That really hurt. And not only that, because we have a Prime Knowledge level 3, we also have this thing. At the beginning of the next combat round, the Implosion spell is applied to the creature a second time, dealing 40.5% of the creature's current total health as prime damage. Let's see if that works and see what happens. Yeah, you saw yourself, 40% of its health. It has been greatly reduced here. Now, there are actually champion creatures that I have fought against that have quantities of 150 of them. Literally 150 champion creatures. And usually I was not able to take them on my own. However, thanks to Implosion, and because I had at the very least 23 magic in my hero, I was able to take down half of them, just like that. One single spell and you can take down half of the enemy creatures, just like that. Imagine 75 champion creature kills, just like that, with one spell. There is no spell that even comes close to the amount of damage that deals with this. So because of this damage potential, that's of course that's a pretty scary. It's not a situation that usually happens. But if you are playing in a heroic campaign, if the level is heroic, then there are actually a couple of scenarios where you could face champion creatures at such high amount. So you want Implosion in these cases, because that's the spell that really withers them down. There's not a single spell, even Firewall is not strong enough to face these creatures. Implosion is the one you want in this case. So although I do prefer Firewall in most other cases, since it is more flexible in that way, but Implosion it comes close. It's not far behind. So because of its damage potential and because it deals a lot of damage, it has to go up in the champion tier. There's no doubt about that. So yeah, I'll put it there. The next spell here we have is Summon Elemental. And this one literally says that it sounds. If you cast this, then you will summon a random amount of elementals to the field, and they will fight at your side. The number depends on how much magic you have, and also the level of your prime magic. If you have master level and you have high amount of magic, then you can actually summon quite a good amount of elementals. I'll show you here. If we check here, for example, we have 23 magic, 23-25 magic or so, and we have a prime magic at master level. Then we can now summon 9 random elementals on the target 2x2 area instantly. Also, if you have a prime knowledge level 3, which powered up your Implosion as well, it also powers up your summon elemental. If you have this, then at the start of the next combat round, +4 of the initial summoned number of the elementals are added. Let's try it out. If we put our elementals here, for example, those are the ones we will have. A few extra elementals here. In this case, water elementals. They are good as well. We'll let these guys shoot here, and this is gonna hurt. Yeah, not bad. Also, if you do survive until the next round, as you see, 4+ elementals here. And that's what happens if you have a prime knowledge level 3. Then you gain 4 extra elementals here for these guys. Summon Elemental is also particularly useful if you want to stop the enemy creature's archers from attacking you. Because if you summon one right next to the enemy archer like this, then they'll be forced to attack your elementals first, before they can make a move. So it's especially useful here. In this case, yeah, they are now forced to attack my elemental because of that. So this thing has a lot of usage. It is very versatile. You can place it right next to your friendly creatures, so you have an extra buff if needed, or in best case an extra archer, since both water elementals and fire elementals can shoot. If you want to stop the enemy creatures or the archers from doing anything, you can just summon the elementals right next to them. And you have basically an extra troop here to help you, basically. So yeah, this one is also very good in my opinion. And this is also going to go up pretty high up in my list. It's not as impactful as, for example, Implosion here or Teleport, but it's still very good. So I'm gonna put this one in A tier, and I'm actually gonna put this one pretty high up in A tier even, just below Lightning Reflexes, I per se. Yeah, it belongs up here. This is a very good spell. Next up here we have Stasis. What this thing does is that if you cast this on any enemy creature, that enemy creature will basically lose its turn, and it will basically cease to exist for that turn. You won't be able to interact with it in any way at all until the next turn. I'll show you a little example of this one. Here we have it, Time Stasis. I'll read it exactly here. The target creature cannot act and is treated as if it's not present, but Time Stasis can be dispelled. Lasts until start of the next combat round. Let's try it out. If we do this, and Time Stasis. Now we pretty much cannot do anything on this guy, as you see. Nothing happens, we can't do anything. It is treated as if it's not present. So nothing will happen to this guy until the next turn then. So let's do this. Wait, I'll do this and let these guys shoot here. And yeah, I'm just gonna wait until, and now this guy works again. No, as normal. If I'm gonna cast this spell again, just to show again here. There we go. So just because I want to let my bears come closer, or not my bears, but the enemy bears. That looks better. Okay. Now, What happens if this guy is right next to my creatures and I cast a spell again on this guy? Let's see. Can I attack? Nope, I cannot attack, as you see. Nothing happens. It's as if that guy is not present. Now, unfortunately, it's not a spell I usually focus on here. Not exactly. There are a few very specific situations where this can be useful. If you are facing against like 2 or more enemy creatures, and you want one of them to basically lose their turn for that turn, so you can deal with the other enemy creatures. So basically, you can deal with one enemy creature at a time. Then this thing can be useful in that way. Like you saw yourself, I was able to make the kobold freeze so they cannot move, and that the bear come closer to me so I could deal with the bears first, and then deal with these archers instead. In that situation, time stasis can be useful in that way. But it is pretty specific, like I said, and in most cases I usually prefer other spells instead. Like I would, for example, use Firewall here, for example. Much more efficient in my opinion than this. So unfortunately, I'm gonna have to put this one pretty low in my list here as well. Not worth it, unfortunately. Although I probably put this above. It is above Frenzy, no doubt about that. And I think also I prefer this one a little bit more than Earthquake, since you don't lose any of your units at the very least. And you also can make sure, you have a chance to make sure that you can deal with one enemy creature at a time, thanks to this. So it has its very specific usages. But yeah, that's why it's this low, because these specific situations are too situational to be used, in my opinion. We now have the final spell of Prime Magic, and this one is called, if I remember correctly, Soul Conflagration, something like that. What this thing does is, I'm going to show you what this thing does. This is the one, Soul Conflagration. All enemy creatures in target 4x4 area get 362 prime damage, and additional 160% of that amount for every friendly creature stack in the area as prime damage. Alright, let's try it out and see what that means if we do this. Yeah, it looks like, because we have these other 2 creatures, that probably means like 320% extra? Or something like that. Yeah, but like 3 times more damage than the 400 damage or so. I think it was something like that. This is what it looks like. Yeah, that's what it looked, although it didn't deal as much damage as I thought. It was supposed to deal more damage than that. Oh well, but that's basically what it does. Yeah, I'm not sure if this thing it deals that much damage as it was intended, but for some reason it doesn't deal that much damage as I thought. And sure, if you have more stacks around it, the more stacks you have around, the more damage you deal in that way to this creature. But in theory, at the very least, However, that's also very situational, even if it worked as intended, because you must have as many of your friendly creatures around that enemy target as possible, and so even in that situation, it's a bit too situational as well, and the damage isn't as much as, for example, Implosion or even the Firewall or Poison Cloud. So in my opinion, it's unfortunately not something I use. I don't use this one really. It's a bit too situational for my taste. So unfortunately, I cannot put this one any higher than. Where am I gonna put this one? I'll put this one below Earth. I think I'm actually gonna put this one below Earthquake even. It is of course it is better than Frenzy, of course. At the very least, it does deal damage and helps in that way. Perhaps, yeah, I'll leave it like this. Earthquake may be more unpredictable and dangerous, but at the very least it deals even more damage to enemy creatures than what this thing does. So this is what I think, and this also unfortunately not worth to use, unfortunately. We are now coming to the final magic school of the game, which is water magic. All these spells are from the water magic, so let's talk about each one of them as well, starting one by one. And we can start with the first one called Blizzard. This thing is cast in a 4x4 area, if I remember correctly, and all creatures that are within Blizzard will have -1 movement, so their movement will be reduced. This is something interesting with water magic. Most spells here, I'll talk about them all of course, but most spells like Frostbolt, Ice Strike, Circle of Winter, and even the, I don't remember if there was Ice Orb or so, but even this spell as well, all of them would use this. If you have the upgrade of these spells, of these 3 spells here, and Blizzard as well, then you also decreases the enemy's movement. So all these spells can help you with reducing their movement as well. So that's one common thing with many of these spells. And the same for Blizzard, it reduces their movement altogether. Let's put it in practice and see what this thing does. This is the one, Blizzard. Creates a blizzard on the target 4x4 area for 3 combat rounds. Creatures starting in their turn in it have their movement reduced by 1 until the end of their turn. And this is what is normal. It looks like this. Let's show what it looks like. Oh, that looks like a little cold blizzard, yeah. So yeah, and if their movement is reduced, then that means they will lose their ability to make a move, like here for example. And because of Blizzard, his movement is reduced by 1. That's good to know. And now, if we have Water Knowledge level 1, then we will upgrade our Blizzard, so that now it also reduces creatures' movement for 3 turns, and not just 1 turn, or not just while they are in Blizzard. So let's try this thing out and see the difference. This is Blizzard when it is at its maximum power. Then it creates a Blizzard in the target 4x4 area for 3 combat rounds. Creatures starting their turn in it have their movement reduced by 5 for 3 turns, since you have a Master Water Magic, and also and you also have the Water Knowledge level 1, so that their movement is reduced for 3 turns even. Let's try it out. If we put it here, for example. That's gonna hurt. It's going to hurt a little bit, but let's try it out. Oh, you notice that they also took a little damage. There's another reason for that, not because of Blizzard itself. There's another ability that comes to that, but that's not important. The important part is that their movement has been reduced by 5 in this case, so they are really slow now, and they are it's gonna be a problem for them to come to me now. And not only that, I can do it again. If I do it here, for example, I'll put the Blizzard again, and I'll put it right here, for example, like this. And by doing so, these girls will also have a little problem to come to me. And yeah, it will be a little problem for them to come close to me. Now, as you saw, they took damage while they were in Blizzard, and that's because of the ability called Frostbite, which is a Grandmaster ability of water magic. But that's not the important part here. The important part is Blizzard, and it basically reduces their movement. So even with that, normally they will not take damage. They just have their movement reduced normally. And yeah, for what it is trying to do, it does a pretty good job at it, especially when you have Master Water Magic and you have Water Knowledge level 1 as well. So for the job that it is doing, it does a pretty good job at it. I usually don't use Blizzard that often, since as good as movement reduction spells are, and they are pretty good at that, so water magic is not a bad idea to invest in. But there are other ways I do prefer to use, and other spells I prefer more. Like I mentioned, for example, the spells up here, in the fire and firewall, are more than good enough to deal with the enemies by themselves. So I usually don't invest that much in this one, although it is pretty good, so I'll put it in C tier. Next up here we have Fog Shroud. If you cast a spell on one of the enemy ranged creatures, this only works on the ranged creatures. Then, if you cast it on them, they will not be able to shoot. They cannot perform a ranged attack. But also, you cannot shoot that enemy creature at all as well. So it's a little bit of a double-edged sword, since sure, they cannot shoot you, but you cannot shoot them either. And if they do take damage through a magic spell or melee damage or in any way, shape or form, then this spell will disappear. Otherwise, this thing lasts for I think 2 or 3 turns or so. We can try it out and see what happens. Let's test it out and see. If we try this spell out here, in this, for example, Fog Shroud, the target creature cannot be targeted by ranged attacks and cannot perform ranged attacks or activated abilities for 2 turns, or until it receives damage. Let's try it out. And it doesn't. And something interesting here is that it doesn't matter if you have a master water magic or if you do not have water magic at all. It's still the same thing in both of them. So yeah, let's try it and use it on these guys. For example, Fog Shroud. Now they cannot shoot. And in the meantime, I'm just gonna go and attack here, and yeah, just cause a little problems for them in the meantime. Until these guys are finished. Good. Let's see what happens. Oh, bad morale. Okay, that was unexpected. Alright, now that these guys are dealt with, let's see if they are willing to attack. Not really. Then it looks like I'm gonna have to cast Fog Shroud on them once again. Let's do it. Fog Shroud, and there we go. And now they are forced to come to me, and I'm gonna let them come to me. Oh, did you see? They have to walk to me to get to me. Wait, is their movement the same? Yeah, it's the same. Okay, that's okay. Then I'll just do this. And you can come here. There we go. No, that's better. Oh, I'm just gonna defend them with them both, so that. Oh, I forgot. You can shoot now. All right, we'll do this. Fog Shroud. There we go. And let's see what happens now. Defend here. He is forced to come to me and attack like this. And now that I hit him, you notice that because he took damage, Fog Shroud disappeared. So that's good to know. It is good. It stops the enemy from attacking of range attacks. But if they do receive damage, the spell disappears. Now, if we have Water Knowledge level 1, then we can also power up our Fog Shroud as well, and not just Blizzard. What happens here is that Fog Shroud is not removed anymore if the creature receives damage. So we can now attack and deal pretty much any damage at all, and Fog Shroud will still remain for 2 turns. Let's try it out. If we go here, for example, we have these archers here, the crossbowmen. We are going to cast the same spell again, only this time it is upgraded. So they cannot be targeted by ranged attacks and cannot perform a ranged attack or activate abilities for 2 turns. And this time it will remain for 2 turns no matter what. That's gonna be useful so that we pretty much neutralize the archers. So we only have to deal with these melee creatures. And yeah, it's gonna be a little problem. Oh, we survived, perfect. That means we can just do more of this, and yeah, that hurt, wow. And yeah, you saw yourself, these guys are now forced to come to us. So we can do this, and there we go, forced to come to us. Which means we can now pretty much finish them off like this. So yeah, I do think this one is actually pretty useful. And the best part is that you don't need more water magic to cast this spell. This thing is already useful by itself. The only damage is that if they do receive any damage, then this spell will disappear. That's the only downside if you do not have water magic, and especially not water magic knowledge, water knowledge level 1. But even so, it's still pretty good, and those times that I used it against ranged units that are of huge quantity, this thing helped a lot. So I'm actually gonna put this one in a pretty better tier, I say. This one is actually pretty good. I'll probably put this one at. I'm actually gonna put this one above these 2 other spells here in B tier, about in the middle of B tier, I say. Since I do use this one actually a bit more than the other spells here. It is good. It is pretty good. Next up here we have Vessel of Shalassa. And this is an adventure spell, like a few others. You have to cast this one outside of combat, and this is the last one. There are no more adventure spells after this one. This thing allows you to basically summon a boat so you can travel by sea. we'll test it out on detail and see what it looks like, both with and without water magic. This is the one, Vessel of Shalassa. Summons a ship on nearby water instantly. Now, I do not have water magic at all, so let's see if we can use this one even without water magic. Let's try it out. And yeah, not bad. And the best part is that there are no ships in this map that exist at all, so we just created one out of nowhere. So this is pretty good. Even if we do not have water magic at all, we still cast it as if we're in Heroes 3 and we have more water magic at expert level, since we can create a ship out of nowhere just like that. So let's just jump on the ship and go. There we go. Now it doesn't matter if we have water magic at all or if we have water magic at master level. It still works the same way. We can just use it whenever we need to, and we have a ship nearby immediately, and we can travel like this. So this is a pretty good advantage. We don't need water magic to have this spell at its best level. So yeah, if we need a ship in sea-based maps like here, if we need a ship, we can just use Vessel of Shalassa, and we have a ship immediately. So although it is not as impactful on land-based maps, since there is no water to have a ship on, after all. So in these maps you don't need this spell. But in maps where you have a lot of sea to travel through and you need a ship to travel them, and you want to save your resources, then this spell is very good in that way. And that's the best part. You don't need water magic to use this. You can just cast it basically in every other way, and you have it in that way. So I'm gonna put this one pretty good up here actually, because this thing is very versatile, extremely versatile at that. So this one has to go pretty good up in my tier list here actually. I'm gonna put this one probably at the top of B tier actually. I'm gonna put this one at the top of B tier because of its huge versatility. Like I said, not useful in land-based maps, but extremely useful at sea-based maps. So yeah, high B tier on this one. Next up here we have Frostbolt. This thing deals water damage to whatever target that you choose instantly. It is basically the same as Lightning Bolt, if I remember correctly it was called, yeah. They basically do the same thing, straight up magic damage spell, and it's it's pretty basic in that way. I'll just demonstrate a quick example of this one. This is the one, Frostbolt. Deals 128 to 328 water damage to the target enemy unit instantly. Let's try it out. This is what it looks like. That's what it looks like. Simple, straight out of the gate, yeah. Now, if we have water knowledge level 2, then creatures damaged by Frostbolt or Ice Strike as well, which I'll talk about soon, additionally get -3 movement for 3 turns. So if you cast Frostbolt on any enemy, then they have -3 movement automatically with this. Let's try it out. If we use the same spell again as we did before, we go to water magic and we use Frostbolt. Now, because we have a master level as well, now we do like 800 damage to the enemy unit instantly. And because of water knowledge level 2, its movement is decreased by 3 for 3 turns. Let's try it out. Normally you have 5 movements. Yeah, 5 movements. If you cast this, then... Oh, okay, we pretty much wiped him out even. But yeah, it will be -3 movement as well, if he survived that. So it is a pretty straightforward spell. It is good, it can help. Maybe not as impactful as many of the other spells, but it is good, and it does help. And I do actually prefer its movement reduction a little bit more than Lightning Bolt, since there are cases where I perhaps prefer reducing the initiative to 1 a little bit more. But there are also a few other cases where I prefer to reduce their movement, since it buys my archers more time to take them down before they get close to me. So this one is pretty useful in that way. So yeah, both of these spells are in B tier for me. Next up we have here Ice Strike. This is a spell that also gets powered up by water knowledge level 2, so that their movement gets reduced by 3 if they get hit by this. I'll demonstrate a little example and see what this thing does in detail first. This is the one, Ice Strike. The target friendly creature deals additional 50 to 250 water damage when it attacks. Lasts for 3 turns. And this is without water magic. So I can cast this spell on one of my friendly creatures. I cannot cast this on the enemy, as you see, because otherwise the enemy would have dealt more water damage as additional damage, and that doesn't work. So I'm gonna cast it on one of my own creatures. In this case, the Kabirs. They don't like water, unfortunately, because of they're vulnerable to water. But in this case, they do want this one, because if I have this and I shoot them, normally I deal 3 to 4 damage by this alone. But you'll notice that I also dealt a little extra damage there because of this guy's ice strike here, as you see. So if I shoot here again, you cannot get too close to me. I'll shoot you here again. And yeah, you saw yourself extra damage because of that. And as should you take damage like this, that's it. So yeah, that's what it looks like. And you have it one more turn if I see correctly. Yeah, you have it one more turn. So let's shoot you and even extra water damage. Perfect. Now, as I mentioned before, with the water knowledge level 2, if we have Ice Strike, then the enemy creature will additionally get -3 movement for 3 turns. Let's try this out. Here we have it. With this is Ice Strike when it is upgraded, and when we cast out Master Water Magic as well. And we have water knowledge level 2. Then the target friendly creature deals additional this much water damage when it attacks, and the attack creature gets -3 movement for 3 turns. That's for 3 turns. Let's try it out. If you use this on you again, Ice Strike. Now we can shoot you, and what's gonna happen? Oh, that hurt. Deep Freeze. Did you see that one? Deep Freeze, -3 movement. That's for 2 more turns. Let's try it out and shoot even again. That hurt. That must have hurt really bad. And we can just shoot again if you have it again. Yeah, you have it again. So we'll just shoot with you again. And oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh yeah. Oh, this could hurt for me as well. But yeah, that works. But yeah, you see yourself. It worked. So yeah, this one is actually pretty useful as well. I may not use it as often as other water spells. For example, Fog Shroud or Ice or Frost Bolt. But it is pretty good. It is actually not half bad. I'm gonna put this one a little bit lower than probably lower than Sunbeam, but higher than Fireball. Since it is good, I prefer this one a little bit more. But I think it's better than the Fireball as well. So yeah, a little bit lower B tier. That's where I'll put it. Next up here we have Circle of Winter. If you are familiar with, I think it was both Heroes 3 and Heroes 5 as well. They also have Circle of Winter in both these games. You basically have a 3x3 area. Where when you cast a spell, it will target a 3x3 area, but the center tile will be safe. The other 8 tiles the creatures in the other 8 tiles around will take damage, and you just deal damage straight out of the gate, just like that. I'll show you a little example of this one. If we take a look at this spell, for example, I'll go into choose my water spells here. This is Cycle of Winter. It deals 77 to 277 water damage to all units in the target title area, 3x3 area instantly. You can see yourself, it's a 3x3 area, as you see, but the center tile is safe. So those around it will take damage instead. Let's try it out. That's what it looks like. A little trick I usually do when I cast this spell is that if I am surrounded by any enemy units, like now for example, I can just use this one right in my own creature here, so that this guy will be safe, but my enemy will take damage. Let's try it out. Did you see? We can also increase the power of our Circle of Winter if we both have Master Water Magic, which we need to get this ability, and we also have Water Knowledge level 3. Because then, creatures damaged by Circle of Winter additionally get -3 movement for 3 turns. Let's try this out and see the difference. If we have this spell, for example, and this is a very good place to use our spell, since all 3 of the enemies are standing right in this 3x3 area. So let's give it a shot. If we use Water Magic again, Circle of Winter, now it deals even more damage since we have Master Water Magic. Oh, and it's a lot of damage, as you see. And only that, all affected creatures get -3 movement for 3 turns. Let's see what happens. Yeah, you know what? I think I can just wipe them out. Let's do it. Not bad, eh? A little shocker here is that my hero only has 10 magic, 10 magic. That is pretty easy to get to. And despite that, the damage is, 620 to 700. So you did a lot of water magic here. And this is with just 10 magic. So, this one is actually a really powerful spell, as you see here. Very powerful. And if they survive, Deep Freeze, -3 movement. That gives us much more time to get to and cause trouble for these guys. So why not? So yeah, this one is really good. It is probably one of the most powerful damaging spells in the game, since you don't even need that much magic, and you still did a lot of damage with this one. And also, if you have the upgrade, -3 movement, that buys you more time before they get to you. So this one is actually really good, I gotta say. I'm gonna put this one pretty high up in my list. I'm gonna probably put this one just below here, I say, probably in the middle of A tier, I say. I do prefer some of these spells a little bit more, but yeah, I think perhaps even here maybe Retribution is a bit more impactful. I think, but otherwise, yeah, I think this one is better. I probably Agony is also a bit more impactful. This is one. This is a good A tier, low A tier. Yes. The next spell here is called Liquid Membranes, if I remember correctly. I'm going to show you what this thing does, so you can see. In the case we are surrounded by enemy forces like this, and I want to protect my cabeas as much as possible, I can use this spell called the Liquid Membranes. Where is it? This one. This is the one. Normally, it reduces any damage to the target friendly creature by 15% for 3 turns. And this is if you have a novice water magic, the base level water magic. Let's try it out. If we use it here. That's what it looks like. And now the damage will be reduced by 15% from here on out. So let's see what happens. Yeah, you will still take damage, of course. It will still hurt. But at the very least, you will not take as much damage as you normally would have taken. So that way, it helps in that way. If we have a Water Knowledge level 3, which I mentioned before about Circular Winter, then also Liquid Membranes additionally increases movement by 5. So not only will the one who you choose will not only be protected by damage reduction, but the movement will also increase if you have this. We'll give it a shot and see what happens. Now that we have Master Water Magic and we also have Water Knowledge level 3, the difference is a little bit now different here, as you can see. Now we can reduce any damage to the target friendly creature by 25% and increases its movement by 5 for 3 turns. So a little bit different and a little bit of a protection here. Let's try it out. Normally you have 4 movement. Yeah, 4 movement. If you cast this, what happens? Oh, what a difference. 9 movement. We can move all the way here if we want to now. But I'm gonna shoot instead. And if the damage is reduced by 25%, let's see what that means. Yeah, we still took some damage, but that's okay. Now, just out of curiosity, but back then my hero had 9 magic, or 10 magic. That gave you 25% damage reduction. What happens if our hero has 40 magic instead? Is there any difference then? No, unfortunately there's no difference. Still 25%. So it doesn't matter what kind of magic level you have. You will still it still helps with 25% less damage in that way. So yeah, that's good to know. The kind of magic doesn't matter here. So that's good to know. Although for some reason, how can it say 50% here and not 25% as the instructions said? Wait a second. Yeah, it says 25% here, but in the creature it says 50% for some reason. That's weird. Still, you get the picture of what this spell does, and it is useful in theory and it can help in some ways. And increasing your movement is not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. But I do prefer many other spells, and in most cases I usually don't use this one. There are many other spells that you can use that are doing pretty much what this thing is trying to do, but better. I'll probably I'm gonna put this one together with Stone Skin, since they both basically does the same thing. Although I'll probably put this one at the top, since it also increases movement and not just defense, or reduces the damage taken. It's pretty much the same as increasing your defense, pretty much the same almost. So, but unfortunately, it's not really worth it, unfortunately. But I'll put it at the top, since it has its specific usages. The next spell here is called Tsunami. And oh yeah, I think you already are familiar. I think you probably get the picture of what Tsunami means. And yeah, this thing pretty much is doing what literally a tsunami is going to do. So I'll just demonstrate a little detail over here. If we go to the spell again, and I'll show you the spell here, Tsunami. If we go to water spells, this is the one. Since we now have 40 magic, so it's a little bit overkill. But deals 1,300. It is that much water damage to all units in the target area and pushes small creatures 2 tiles back instantly. The target area spans 5 columns. Let's see. Yeah, you can see here, you do not want to be in this area here, since everyone in this area pretty much get wiped out. Let's go. And oh, that hurt. Even in a more realistic level, like 10 magic, right now I can show you here, or 12 magic in this case, a bit more realistic here. Even in this case, let's see how much damage we can deal with Tsunami. 572 to 628 water damage, and with Master Water Magic. So even at this more realistic level, you still deal a lot of damage here. And you can pretty much just wipe out everyone, like that. So yeah, this one is a powerhouse. It is extremely powerful. It does cost a lot of mana, and it is not so easy to get this one, since this is a tier 4 spell. That's the highest tier spell to get. So it's not so easy to get this one. But if you do have this one, then it is a pretty powerful one. Because it is a bit more difficult to get this one, I usually don't use water magic that often. So it is not as easy to get this one. So I'm gonna put this one probably at the bottom of A tier. Yeah, bottom of A tier. A tier, no doubt, because it is very powerful. But I'll put it at the bottom, because I usually don't use water magic. But if I do use water magic, then I want this spell, no doubt about that. We finally have the last spell of the game, and this one is called Freezing Orb. This one is it has a pretty much detail. It works in a similar way like this Fire Sentry. They both work in similar ways. So I'm gonna show you in detail what this thing does. This is the one, Freezing Orb. Summons a 1/1 freezing orb with 1600 health on target empty tile. It lasts until the end of the next 2 combat rounds or until destroyed. At the end of each combat round, the freezing orb moves through any obstacle to the farthest empty tile next to an enemy creature. It emits a 3/3 aura that deals this much water damage to enemy creatures, and they get -3 movement for 3 turns. Let's try it out. So yeah, let's try this thing out and see what it looks like. I'll cast it, for example, like here. For example, that's what it looks like. Yeah, freezing orb, it has this much health and it deals this much damage. Let's give it a shot and see what happens. Oh, that hurt. And deep freeze as well. That really hurt. And now it has -3 movement, just like that. And I can just wait, so it can deal even more damage. This one is especially useful if you are facing against multiple foes, like here. I could just cast something like here, this one. I'll just shoot, and I'll just let the freezing orb take care of the rest. Let's see what happens if we let the freezing orb do the rest here. Let's see. Oh, that hurt, and that really hurt. Wow. Well, these guys got wiped out just like that, and these guys almost got killed. And wow, not bad, not bad. These guys got ignored, but that's okay. I think that's 2 turns. Yeah, that's 2 turns. But yeah, you saw yourself. This thing by itself will pretty much wiped out everyone. So yeah, you saw yourself, this one is a powerhouse. And also giving the -3 movement, extra bonus, why not? So yeah, you know what, I actually have to put this one pretty high up in my tier, because this thing is very powerful. It's gonna be pretty high up in my tier actually. Probably at the bottom of champion tier. Yeah, probably the bottom of champion tier. I do somehow prefer this one more than Fire Sentry. As part, I'm actually, you know what, perhaps I underestimate Fire Sentry a little bit as well. So I'm actually gonna put this one in the champion tier as well. At the bottom though, because they both work in similar ways, as you saw. But I do prefer freezing Nova a little bit more because of -3 movement. But yeah, it pretty much doesn't matter otherwise which one you choose. Both of them are extremely powerful and they help a lot. So yeah, they belong in the champion tier, at the bottom of champion tier. And yeah, if I see correctly, yes indeed, that's all the spells and that's all this is my tier list. This is what I think of all the spells in Heroes 7. You can tell me if you agree or disagree, and please leave a comment if you have your own opinions. I'd like to hear them. But for now, thanks for watching, and I'll see you again.